Thank you. This is the knife you gave to the man who would get drunk and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012, yes.
Now, Mr.
It's just funny to me the way you're doing it.
You testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing the phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
You testified that the phone was breaking into pieces.
I was watching it disappear.
And Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your word was smithereens.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony, this was a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1820. I must believe this has already been admitted into evidence if we could have it published.
Slow down? No.
Thank you. You saw this photo during your direct examination, right?
That is correct.
And you testified that the wall-mounted phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the wall on the left.
That's correct. So if you were looking at this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
But it's not depicted in this photo, correct?
Whoever took this photo standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
It's convenient. The pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this picture either, right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King,
Interesting.
correct?
That's what I believe.
Yeah. Mr. King testified under oath in this trial, right?
We'll
That
make
is
it
correct.
live.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed
It
to
is
smithereens that
convenient.
he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
Too fast.
Your counsel listed it.
I disagree with that representation.
You also saw this picture. Actually, can we please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1821, which is also admitted into evidence? You also saw this picture during your direct examination, correct?
That is correct.
And so this is the bar area to the right of the wall-mounted phone you just described.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to smithereens, is it?
No, they brought that out during my testimony in the UK as well, and I said this in the UK trial as well, that is not the phone. Obviously, because that one's not smashed and it's not wall-mounted.
Yeah, that
So
would
there are two phones in
want
the bar
this.
area.
There was a wall-mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what, but it was like it looked antique, large and antique.
And what the large and antique one that's not depicted in any photograph, including ones you took, is the one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
That is correct. I only took pictures of the mirrors.
Is it back
So
live
there's
already?
no picture of that damaged phone.
I didn't.
Why am I getting shoulder? It's 15 seconds, dude. 15 seconds, dude. We're gonna have valuable information in 15 seconds, dude. Now I have to look at this fucking blue screen for 6 more seconds, man. Clock. Yep, clock. I think it's not. It's time to add yep back.
Jerry? Okay.
Wait, it's still 2x. No, I'm just kidding. I want to add yep back. Fuck yep. Yep is search hash mode. I'm not standing up. Today I'm breaking all the rules. Nope. Today I'm just gonna be a rule breaker. Here's what it is. One bad cheddar is all it takes. One bad day is all it takes.
All right, thank you. You be seated. All right. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hurd, you've testified repeatedly that you were concerned about Mr. Depp's substance use during your relationship, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol yourself, were you?
That's correct.
I did not use drugs when I was with Johnny, like in his presence, aside from the times I testified about with you.
So you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol the times you've testified to in front of this jury, right?
As I testified to earlier, I took drugs in Johnny's presence on those 2 occasions, early in our relationship in 2013.
So you never changed your own behavior to support Mr. Depp and his sobriety, did you?
I did a lot of changing to support his sobriety. I tried everything that I could possibly think of.
But you drank wine around Mr. Depp on a regular basis, correct?
I did drink wine.
And you took Mr. Depp to Hicksville to do, quote, laughy drugs like mushrooms, end quote, right?
That's correct.
And you testified that despite what supposedly happened in Hicksville, you decided to take MDMA with Mr. Depp on a plane to Russia in June of 2013, correct?
As I mentioned, those are the 2 occasions.
You testified that this was the last time you would make that mistake, right?
That is correct.
And when asked if you would ask Mr. Depp to get you MDMA in Australia, you said that was, quote, ridiculous, right?
That is correct.
Because you had learned your lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia.
Russia, yes, that's correct.
So hard that she did MDMA again.
Yours and Mr. Depp's wedding in the Bahamas was in February of 2015, right?
That is
I
correct.
see?
So that would have been
Called it.
after the Russia flight.
Yes, when I did.
That was my argument too.
When we had mushrooms on the island for my hen party, my wet bridal party before. We were not with Johnny. I was not with Johnny at the time.
Was your wedding with Mr. Depp on the island, right?
To be clear, we were both on the same island. We just weren't around each other that evening. We had kind of separate parties, a bridal party and a groom's party.
And your wedding was a month before Australia, correct?
That is correct.
And you arranged to have drugs at your wedding, correct?
Like I said, we had mushrooms for my bridal party beforehand,
On the island for your wedding?
before the wedding.
On the island?
On the island, yes.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262?
Oh, what is 1262? I don't remember 1262. Is that... What is that? 1262.
This is an email you sent on February 1st, 2015, correct?
I remember 1...
That is correct. Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262.
Any objection? Yeah, sure.
Oh my god, please. What is 1262? Dude. Stop with the drama shit, dude. I told you guys, we'll do it later, okay? Dude, you guys act like you're not drama Andes. I'll do drama afterwards. Can we do it one at a time? I'm trying to watch this shit, man. Christ, man. Holy, dude. Holy, dude. Do drama now. Forced and angry. Holy shit, man. The hoodie is gas? What does that mean, gas? Is that bad or good? Gas is good? Okay, good. Cool, man. Yeah, I like it. It's my brother and his girlfriend that chose it. No masks, lol. Listen, man. Choose your battles. Dude, I want to be a Kiko and Andy. Choose your battles.
Your Honor, if we could please have
What?
Ms. Heard's email published to the jury.
All right, 1262 in evidence.
This is a schedule for your wedding weekend, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it's not. It's a proposed draft of a schedule. It ended up being quite different.
Do you see where it says 7 p.m. rehearsal dinner?
Yes, I see that.
And the next item on the list says, quote, after dance party and drugs and music, end quote, right?
That is correct.
So you plan to have drugs at your wedding to someone you characterize as a drug addict?
To be fair, we were going to have parties, as I mentioned. So a bridal party before this, the schedule ended up changing quite a bit. And this is a draft, clearly, that was sent before there were a lot of changes made. The bridal
So
party
your original
and the
idea,
groom's
Ms.
party were
Heard,
separate.
Ms. Heard, your
Is
original
Showmo
idea
bug?
was
No, it's
to
not.
have a rehearsal dinner with your husband, the drug addict, the monster, and then do drugs with your girlfriends on the island after your rehearsal dinner?
I realize that's what the email suggests, but that wasn't
No,
a
it's
plan.
not what it suggests, Ms. Heard. It's what you said in that email.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is that the schedule ended up changing. We ended up doing the little.
So your
as I
original
called
idea
it,
was
cuddle
to do
puddle
drugs
before.
After.
Yeah, your original idea was to do drugs on an island after your rehearsal dinner to the drug-fueled monster that you were about to marry, right?
Do show motor combo.
As the email suggests, there was going to be weed on the island. This does not reference the cuddle puddle that I just referenced to you.
Is it broken?
You like to do drugs on special occasions, right, Ms. Heard?
I have before.
And you did drugs again for your 30th birthday, right?
That is correct. That was a huge mistake.
Your 30th birthday dinner was on April 21st, 2016.
Yes, it was the day before my birthday, correct.
And you testified that Mr. Depp was running late to the
Chat,
celebration,
do not
correct?
get twisted.
That is
Do
correct.
not do drugs.
You asked Mr. Depp to bring you alcohol when he arrived. Is that right?
So the utility closet where we kept the wine was right by the elevators, and I also told him he could bring in a joint. I wouldn't bite his head off if he did.
So that's a yes.
That's correct. I told him I wouldn't be angry.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to show, first of all, this one hasn't been produced. This has not, it's a brand new trial exhibit, so I don't have it. I'd like an unredacted copy, and then I'd like an unredacted copy to be shown to the witness.
All right, do you have an unredacted copy?
We can make one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach about
All
this?
right.
Approaching again. Dude, get it going already. Ooh, the sun is blaring in his face, dude. Chat, do not do not get twisted. Guys, I get it, chat. They talk about drugs very openly in this, okay? But don't do drugs, seriously, though. Seriously, I want to make a meme about it, but you shouldn't do drugs. Don't do drugs. Drugs are mostly unsafe, and even though a lot of drugs don't have a direct and immediate neurotoxic effect or negative effect on your physical form, sometimes the negative mental things that can stem from it are subtle and sometimes not so subtle, and they happen for various reasons to different individuals based on things that you cannot control or cannot know about. Sometimes something can happen to you that you don't even know can happen, and they do. And unfortunately, you're stuck for that forever. So don't do drugs. Do not get twisted. Yeah, and instead, don't do gambling either. Only I can do that because I'm a hypocrite. But if it's fun, well, a lot of things are fun, but a lot of things are bad too. A lot of things are bad for you. Let me give you an example, okay? Let me give you an example, okay? See the drugs that they talk about, like MDMA or whatever. See, these drugs on paper, at certain intervals, they are not neurotoxic, and they don't really do much physical harm, right? So in these realms, they could be considered safe or whatever. But these are psychedelic substances, okay? That impact your mental and your psyche, okay? So then yes, that is true. That is true. What I just said is a factual statement. Okay, I know my shit. Anyway, it's not a psychedelic. Okay, I think you need to stop typing in chat. That's just brain dead. Stop. Source, trust me, bro. Shut up. You're an idiot. I'm literally correct.
I'm going to show the unredacted messages to counsel for Ms. Heard on a laptop because I don't have a hard copy.
Okay.
Yeah, could we, let's just pause for a minute. I don't want to see it.
What's that?
Okay. No, I had to see it because I think they're like, oh dude, like, fuck it dude, drugs, that dude, MDMA, cocaine out the wazoo, ketamine, fucking injections of fucking heroin up my butthole. And it's like, dude, you know, like, yeah, it's funny because they kind of talk about it very openly, okay? But, you know, don't do it, man. It's dangerous. Okay?
Okay. So, Ms. Hurd, I'm only going to.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asking questions while I'm looking at this.
All right, if you could give her a moment, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Man, she's being annoying.
I'm only going to ask her about text messages on the screen.
Man, she's being really fucking annoying. That's just how it is.
I'm having trouble seeing this. Can you?
You're a piece of shit. You're not allowed to make these takes. Okay, true and not true. True and not true.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let's see it.
So, any objection to 1263 as redacted?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1263 in evidence.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hurd, directing your attention to the Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263. This is a text message that you sent to Mr. Depp, correct?
That is correct.
And you sent this message to Mr. Depp the day you had your 30th birthday dinner, right?
That is correct.
And you write, quote, "Hey baby, bring up something to drink and or a joint. I'm in if you are. See you in a minute. Question mark. XX." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
Oh my god, a weed? Not a weed, dude.
And then the
Oh
next
my
day you went to
God.
Coachella and consumed MDMA and mushrooms, right, Ms. Hurd?
And
I
she-
did.
Yeah, she
John was
candy
not there
flipped.
for that.
Let's talk a little bit more about your 30th birthday. You testified about this incident multiple times, haven't you?
That is correct.
But yesterday, you told this jury that you were not called upon to provide a detailed accounting of all physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp until February 2020. Is that correct?
I testified that I had not been able to do so until February 2020 in outside of the context of a Cole deposition.
Actually, I misspoke. February 2022, this year.
Right. Sorry, I did the same thing you did.
Okay. And you did
Cute. That was
that in
cute.
something called an
No, I wasn't.
interrogatory. Is that correct?
The interrogatory response was the first time that I could do that outside of the context of being asked certain questions in the deposition.
And you testified about your 30th birthday in this interrogatory, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Nonetheless, you testified to a new detail about your 30th birthday for the first time in this courtroom, didn't you?
No, that's incorrect.
A sexual assault, no less.
I had just not placed when that happened. I was never sure if that was the same time that he did that on the night of my birthday. And I maintained that as well in my deposition.
You told this jury that the evening of your 30th birthday dinner, Mr. Depp, quote, grabbed you by the pubic area, end quote, pushed you down, right?
That is correct.
This detail isn't in your interrogatory response, is it, Ms. Hurd?
That detail is in my interrogatory response, yes.
Let's pull up your interrogatory response. If we could please bring up
Oh my god, dude.
Ms. Bredehoff. Thank you.
Oh wow, generous.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You know she's let it go down when they asked the other attorneys for the fucking book. Dude, binder that yay big, dude. 4 stacks of papers. Holy shit, dude.
If we can go to your interrogatory responses at page 57. These are signed under the penalty of perjury, correct?
That is correct.
And you testified again to this jury that this was the first time you were given an opportunity to write down everything and include all your evidence, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's go to page 57.
Just get the binder, it's over. The bibble.
At the top of page 57, Johnny and I were not in a good place. I begged him to make
I
my
like
birthday
this guy's
dinner. Do you see
eyebrow.
that?
Oh, sorry.
That is correct.
Okay, so starting on page 57, you start describing your birthday dinner, correct?
That is correct.
All right. On page 59 of your interrogatory response, you write, fourth paragraph down, Johnny grabbed me while holding me down, and I remember him asking me if I thought I was so tough. He asked me 3-4 times up close to my face, "You're so tough. Are you such a tough guy, huh? You think you're so tough. What are you going to do now?" I stood up at some point after getting off the ground. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then you write after, I remember crying. I remember feeling exhausted and frustrated. And it hit me, meaning the realization of how sad it was that I was going to wake up tomorrow on my birthday without him.
That's correct.
Where in this interrogatory response, Ms. Hurd, you describe Mr. Depp, quote, grabbing you by the pubic bone, pubic area, and pushing you down?
On page 64.
Where?
Page 64, 1, 2, 3 paragraphs down. Johnny grabbed me once, did this taunting thing on the side of the bed in penthouse 3. He grabbed my vagina and held me there. Asked me if I was so tough.
You're not describing what happened after your 30th birthday?
I am. I just had not prescribed it to that date with the limited evidence I had at the time. Only in the course of looking at the evidence, preparing for this case, have I put those two pieces together. But I've always said what happened.
What, the evidence? What, the evidence? It's her testimony.
You were upset that Mr. Depp was late to your 30th birthday, weren't you?
I was.
You knew Mr. Depp had a scheduled business meeting or a money meeting that evening, right?
No, I knew he said he did. I didn't know if he had one. Addicts lie all the time.
So you didn't trust him?
I took it with a big grain of addict salt.
Okay. And Mr. Depp texted you that evening to let you know he'd be late, correct?
Yes, he did text me at some point.
It was a big deal to you that Mr. Depp was late to your birthday dinner, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did matter to me.
And you were upset he was late.
I was hurt.
And when he finally did arrive, you felt, quote, invisible to him, right?
I did.
The day after your birthday dinner, you and your friends went to Coachella to celebrate your birthday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You made a video driving to Coachella with your friends, didn't you?
That is correct.
I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1264.
Oh,
And
no.
For the record, Your Honor, this only has music without any words on it.
Wait, it's
Again,
driving.
it's a new one, so I'd like a copy of it.
It's
Like to
going
see
to
it.
Is she
be
gonna
played.
drive while Kenny flipping it? That's incredible.
There is no sound other than a
Maybe
song.
approach. Yes, sure.
Uh-oh, it's coming, is it not? Uh-oh. Addict shit? Well, I don't think they're addicted to these substances in that regard. I think said drugs that they're talking about have a very low rate of addiction and whatnot. What do I mean? It just means on the scale of addiction, these aren't like bad. Stop talking. I'm trying to give you actual Factual information. How do I know? Because I know. If you wanted to fact check me, go fact check me on the scale of addiction. These aren't too bad. Saying addicts when it comes down to these substances, it doesn't make sense. Okay, then you know what? You want to play like this?
Objection?
Weed is probably more
If
addicting.
we could please publish this to the jury
Evidence? Yes, ma'am.
with a sound.
Oh, now you're molding. This is not a bad video. It's
This is a
lagging.
video you made when you drove to Coachella with your friends for your 30th birthday, right?
That's correct. I'm not quite sure which
not a
one of
bad
us
video.
made the video, but that's correct.
You're featured in that video driving.
That's correct.
And it's set to the song Miss You by the Rolling Stones. Is that right?
That's correct.
That was a message for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
No, that's ridiculous.
You consumed drugs at Coachella, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time,
I did, yes.
and it made you feel sick, right?
I felt horrible, yes.
So you left Coachella.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified yesterday that when you left Coachella, you left with, quote, your entire group.
That is correct.
And you were, quote, never alone with Starling, right?
That is correct.
You weren't anywhere near him.
Not alone, no.
You sat here when Starling Jenkins testified that he collected you from Coachella when you were sick, right?
He picked up my entire group.
And Mr. Jenkins testified, quote, I collected her, got her in the vehicle. She didn't want anyone else to know that she was sick. Take her back to the Parker, which I assume was in reference to the hotel, alone. I took her to 7-Eleven where I retrieved hydrating fluids, Advil, and let her have those. Got her back up to the Parker, got her in the suite, and then went back to pick up everyone else.
Oh damn! Wait a minute.
You were there when Mr. Jenkins testified, right?
Yes, he was wrong.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Jenkins is lying.
He's just wrong. I don't know what his intentions are. He was just wrong about that. We were a big group of us. I wasn't alone with him.
Isn't it possible that you don't remember correctly because you were sick from taking MDMA and mushrooms at the
No.
same time?
I remember everything about that night.
Okay. I'd like to play for you Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229, which
Oh
is
my
already in
God.
evidence,
Wait a
at
minute.
1720 through 2128.
I did not fart. I actually did not. Oh, shh.
That we should. Question.
Doesn't mean we can't see each other.
Okay.
I mean,
So then why did you
if
say
you don't,
stop the
if you
proceeding?
don't surrender,
No, yeah. Let people
we
see.
have a temporary restraint.
You're right. You wanted to work.
Nobody's telling me.
Okay, no, you told me.
We're on the road.
You told me what you wanted. You wanted to work. So that's what I came to figure
You're
out.
not going to call your lawyers and say, stop the process. I don't want to do this. You're not going to do that.
And now if, especially people, if you,
Okay, I don't want to divorce.
you don't? How, which one? What do I know? Which one?
I don't want a divorce. I never wanted a fucking divorce. I
Really?
never wanted a divorce. I didn't want you to fucking go to Coachella without fucking talking to me. Because I left you because you were fucking... You fucking haymakered me, man. You came around the bed and fucking start punching on me. Why? I love you.
She doesn't deny it. Jesus.
That's what really happened the evening of your 30th birthday, isn't it, Miss Heard?
No, that's incorrect.
Mr. Depp was in bed, and then you came around the bed and started punching him.
That's incorrect.
Wow.
You don't deny that in the recording, do you, Miss Heard?
I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I'm not denying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I was trying to get out of that hotel room. That was a mediation attempt. That was the recording you just heard. It was us meeting in a hotel.
But you're talking about your 30th birthday.
No, we're not.
You're not talking about going to Coachella and...
Johnny's talking about that. I am not arguing with him about any of that.
Right. You don't deny anything, do you?
I'm not talking to him about that.
Going to publish exhibit, or ask that the witness be shown exhibit 1265.
That's a new one too, right?
Holy shit.
This is you and your friends at Coachella, correct?
That is correct.
That's not a good look
And
for her
move
right
to
now.
admit plaintiff's 1265 and publish it?
No objection.
All right, 1265 in evidence, can publish it.
There's no injuries to you, are there, Ms. Heard, visible in this picture?
You cannot see any visible injury, no.
Thank you, Tom.
The Dawn. Can you shoot a picture, please? Oh, no, it's not published yet.
Ms. Heard, you remember during Mr. Depp's examination, a number of recordings were played, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of those recordings, you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I hope to God Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than your fucking left nut," end quote. Do you remember that?
I do not remember what exactly I could hear of that recording. I remember I heard myself make a mention of Jack's new stepfather, or potential stepfather, I can't recall.
Jack is Mr. Depp's son, right?
That is correct. And I believe I was referencing a marriage that his ex-partner was going to have or getting into, I suppose.
Well, that
You were
is just
referencing
weird.
that Jack's new stepfather would teach him how to be a man because Mr. Depp couldn't.
I
right?
don't recall exactly what I said, but it was something to that effect.
Let's listen to some of what happened
Well,
before you
that's
said
fucking
that
boiled.
to Mr. Depp. If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 397, which is already in evidence. And for the record, it's at 3504 through 3547. And then the next clip is 3635 through 4308.
Oh, no, again. Oh my god!
Fucking suck. You're always
Everything's fine until it doesn't go your way. And when it doesn't go your way, I'm in trouble. And you know what?
suck.
I don't need you. I don't want your kind of woman. I don't want your kind of woman.
Suck my dick.
I don't want your kind of
Suck
woman.
my dick.
I
Hey, guess what?
might have. Suck my dick or you?
Big mistake. I wish I had fucking hadn't.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I fucking hadn't. I wish I fucking hadn't bought into any of your fucking lies, your bullshit, your sober fucking presence, your fucking goodness, your sweetness, all the lies. I wish I hadn't bought into the months of you being you. I wish I hadn't bought into the promises. I wish I hadn't fucking thought I could have kids with you. You're a fucking kid yourself. I wish I hadn't bought into any of the lies you sold. Talk about fake bill of goods.
Let's
You're
have
the
some
biggest
fat baby with fucking producer
you're
and
the
do shit.
biggest fucking seller of fake fucking bill of goods.
me
Talk
tell you
about presenting yourself as
I
something
did
you're
myself
not.
the fake
Suck my
seller
dick.
of goods.
Suck my
I
dick.
fucking you left nothing and I've left
Suck my
everything.
dick.
So suck
Suck
your
my
dick,
Yeah, go on.
which is probably your next move to the
Suck
fucking move. No, I don't want to suck your dick. I don't want nothing to do with your
Oh,
fucking
what do you
midsection.
need something you want?
Well, go get it, man.
Because I need something.
Huh?
Fucking fuck yourself.
I
No shit, I don't. Suck your dick.
don't want to.
He doesn't want to.
It's not really true, Amber.
Actually, it kind of is.
It kind of is. What are you talking about? You doing some
No,
research? Oh, is it? What is it?
no, I'm sure Rochelle's available. Call her up. I'm sure she's available.
Maybe she is.
I'm sure she is.
We'll see.
I'm sure she is.
I'll let you know.
Oh, I'm sure she is. For her yoga vlog.
That fake laugh. That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting,
I'm
man.
sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you've been giving me some
No.
of the best performances in the
No,
world.
no,
Fucking
you're
trash.
right. I don't. It's all about performance.
It's about performance. How am I? I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I
What
don't
else that you do? Oh, come on.
I don't
Be
regret
more.
it. I
Come
don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk to
you
you when you
fucking
sound
life
like
pieces.
Foggy
You
Bear.
what? Oh,
Like
no,
a
I
kid
want
show.
to know.
Yeah,
I want to know.
Get out your Ubers
I'm
out.
kind of waiting. You go get it.
Yeah, I'll be in the
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 15 other houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man and go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house.
I wish I'd known.
Every man does.
Yeah.
Go.
Go on.
Run away. I know it's
With
hard to
your
look at yourself.
fucking ridiculous
I know.
plan.
It's
Your
hard.
panic fucking plan.
It's hard. It's hard.
Screwing everybody
Dude, she's
else
actually
over.
fucking
You're
nuts.
Right, I tried.
Get with
That's
you.
what I do.
You're the most spoiled fucking brat. And you got everybody out here almost full, but it
you're
don't
right.
last
You're
long.
right.
I've
I'm
been
sorry.
here a lot longer
You're
than
right. You got it
because
figured out.
You don't have. Figure out what you have to offer as opposed to going out and get your tits out.
You're right. That's what I do.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
London Field is excellent.
You're right. You're right.
Excellent choice.
Back to that. Well, I wonder what we else. I wonder what else we can reach for in the last 60 minutes. Oh no, it was 4 years ago. You're right. I'm sure there's other things you can.
How could anybody enjoy that?
Go loud.
No, I'm not laughing.
Or, no, matter of fact,
I'm
laugh
not
here.
laughing. I'm not. It's
Oh.
serious. I'm sure you can find other things.
As a couple dynamic, I mean,
I know. And stripping. Well, there's always that. You can
You're
always
right.
go back
You can
to
write
that.
a book.
For
You can
another-
write a
for
book.
another
I
10
know you
minutes.
can write a book. Oh, is this gonna be good for your book? Oh, should I have you sign an NDA for your book?
You don't even
Your book.
No,
Is this
no.
gonna be good for your book?
You won't even
Is
make
this
it
gonna be
a
good for your book?
I'll write what I want. I'll
I have a
write
good
what I want.
idea.
All right,
How about you
well.
sell more of your journals? You don't want to sell out or anything. Let's sell your journals. Oh, wait.
Hey.
Hey, you know, no,
Yeah,
you're not
you
what?
don't wanna sell out.
No, you're not selling
You don't wanna
out.
sell out, Magic Mike.
No,
You don't wanna
yeah,
sell
'cause
out.
no one does
No,
21
man.
drunk street when they're in their 20s. No, you're right. That's not selling out. No. When you're in your 20s, you should really know what you want. Like
By the
selling
way-
your journals.
By the way, if you didn't know who the fuck I was.
You're right. Go sell your journals like a real non-sellout. 55-year-old. Or, I'm sorry,
6.
52, 51. I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point.
No,
I don't think
it
so.
really doesn't.
I don't really think so. But you're right. I mean, hey, at least I didn't do like a TV show where I was heartbroken in my 20s. God, that would be like embarrassing.
Wow.
If only I was with someone in their 50s that could point that out to me. Imagine mine. You're right. When you play a non-sexualized object. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. You're right. You got me. You got it all figured out.
You don't
Maybe I
even know
could
what
be-
movies I've done.
If only it could
You
be
haven't
like
even taken an interest.
If only I could
You
be
know,
like
but I had to
you. If
watch
only
your
I
fucking-
could be like you.
that's actually kind of sad.
Fucking direct and you trying to like
You're a joke.
spew
You're
out
a
these fucking
joke.
lines.
You're a joke. You're a joke.
Yeah, I'm the joke in the industry, Amber. I'm the joke. I'm the joke in the
I'm
industry.
sorry. I can't really hear you. I'm sorry. The reruns of all my bullshit are playing too loud for me to hear you. I'm gonna just go and pedal my way back. Sorry.
What? Her reruns.
Oh, 21, whatever it was.
I was
I don't remember anymore.
I was
No one
20.
cares. You're fucking fucking.
Washed up piece of shit.
What?
Washed up piece of shit.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Oh, I can't hear you.
Your jealousy's so tragic.
I'm sorry.
Your jealousy's so tragic. Fucking like
I can't hear
thinking
you.
that I'm going on a road with a
Turn on
band.
my aid. I can't hear you.
Told Mr. Depp to suck your dick multiple times, didn't you?
Yes, I
Nobody
did.
watches the
Tell him to go
Aquaman
run to his
reruns. Nobody
15
watched the
other
first runs
houses,
either.
right?
That's correct.
Because that's what he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
Eventually, he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
You call him a sellout, don't you?
I was expressing frustration about his criticism of my career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic of our relationship. Yes,
So you call him a sellout and a joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things, as you can hear. And
Sellout.
We spoke to each other in a really horrible way.
Pretty sure we just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout,
I just
right, Miss
disagree.
Heard? You called him
I-
a sellout, right, Miss Heard?
I called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly
You
things.
called him a joke on that recording. You called him a washed up piece of shit.
I think we both called each other that on that occasion. Yes.
Mr. Depp mentions Aquaman, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Excuse me?
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by auditioning. That's
Mr.
how that
Depp
works.
says, quote, your jealousy is so tragic.
I heard him say that, yes.
You were the jealous one in this relationship, weren't you, Miss Heard?
I think he was indicating I was jealous of his career.
But now you've twisted it to say it was Mr. Depp that's the jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous when I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes, he's always been very jealous.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120E. This is a series of text messages between
why
you
would
and
he be
Mr.
jealous?
Depp.
That is correct.
Jealousy has a different
I'm going to move to
meaning.
admit and publish these text messages. Mr. Depp's messages have been redacted.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120E in evidence, you can publish.
It's true. Jealousy means something
Starts
that you
with a
don't
text message
know.
from you to Mr. Depp on September 26, 2015, right?
That is correct.
And you write, "Monster is back. This is him." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then in the next message, you write, quote, "Ran away, first sign of trouble. This is not the man you promised you would be." Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Then in the next one down, you write, "Promised, swore to me you would be."
That is
Right.
correct. The non-monster.
Ms. Heard, you're talking about Mr. Depp running away from you at the first sign of trouble, aren't you?
No, I'm recognizing the clues at this point. When he would run away at the first sign of trouble, often that was a clue for me to know that he was back using again and that we were about to enter the next phase of the cycle.
And you describe his running away from you as the monster, right?
That wasn't what was a monster. The monster is the man who beat me up. The running away was just attached to that. It was a sign, a signal to me, as a clue, as somebody trying to put together clues that we were entering into that phase.
But in these messages, Ms. Heard, the
Exactly.
monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been the monster.
That's not what you're saying in these messages.
That is exactly what I'm saying in the messages.
You don't describe Mr. Depp being violent, do you?
I do not describe that in this text message, no.
In any of them,
So
actually.
it's a cowardly monster this time.
No.
Okay. And going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You write, "Come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything." You go on a little later to say, "Please come home. Let's apologize to each together." And continuing on page 77, you write, "Not go to bed mad." And then you say, "Sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run? Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me. Please." Continuing on page 78. You write, "I don't want the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny, don't force me to be something else to you. This is taking me for granted and I can never stop before this turns into something far darker. Describing yourself in that text message, right?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle where he starts using again.
He's not responding
desperately
to you, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
Please answer the phone, you say. Doesn't this mean anything to you? And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, please answer over and over again. Right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't with you, Ms. Heard.
Exactly,
Stop what?
which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse. He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd be
I'm going to
more
move to
under the
strike everything
influence.
after
I was trying to stop
the
that.
answer to her question.
Your Honor, she was responding.
I'll overrule the objection, that's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of
Overruled,
trouble,
interesting.
you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the
Who
door.
was the real monster in this relationship, Ms. Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
I'd like you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120F.
She's trying it. It is what it is.
There's another set of text messages between you and Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120F in evidence, you can publish.
This is a set of text messages, and it's from October 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In fact, you sent all these messages to Mr. Depp on October 22nd, 2015. Isn't that right? And again, I'm not going to read them all, but you start off again by trying to get Mr. Depp's attention, right? You write, please come home.
I was trying to stop another bender.
You write, please come home, right?
That is correct.
Please answer. Don't break us up. Please answer. Please.
Who's spamming text like that?
And continuing
I
on
would
page
just block it.
97, you write, give me some piece of your heart. Please, no fight, I promise.
I would have blocked her a long time ago.
Please.
That's just how I do it.
No fights. Please, just pick up. Please give me 2 minutes. I'm dying. Please. And continuing on page 98, you write, please come home. Please come home, Baba. I am so sorry.
Who the fuck is Baba?
Actually, you didn't say Baba, you said baby. Apologies. And it goes on.
Baba
Did I read those
G.
correctly?
That is correct. That was another time I'm trying to stop another twist off.
This is what would happen when Mr. Depp would try to take some space from you, right?
No, this is what would happen when Johnny had moved into the next phase of the cycle, decided to use,
No,
and our
Ms.
lives
Heard-
were getting a lot worse at that
Ms.
point.
Heard, I'm talking about your actions. This is what you would do to Mr. Depp when he would leave you. You would harangue him.
I would try
Isn't that
to-
correct? You
I
would
would try-
harangue him.
Your Honor, at least let her answer the question. Interrupting her.
That's fine, go ahead and answer the question.
I do not think I would characterize my
What is
behavior
that?
that way. I was trying to stop him from using.
You were texting him incessantly.
What did
Isn't
you
that
get
correct,
this?
Ms. Heard?
It was imperative for my life.
Ms.
It was
Heard,
very
my
important
question is
to me.
much more
What
simple.
did you get this?
You were texting him incessantly.
I would
Yes
try
or no?
everything to
Ms.
get a hold
Heard?
of him and
So
to
that's a
stop the
yes.
cycle.
That's a yes, right?
I would try everything to stop the cycle. It was that important to me.
And he's the monster for not responding to you,
That's not what made him the monster.
for
No.
needing space from you.
Sorry.
The monster was not the guy who needed space. The
Not
monster
for
was
doing
who
drugs.
he was when he came back.
Not for doing drugs, Ms. Heard. Not for being violent. Just for needing space. That's when you called Mr. Depp the monster.
Incorrect.
Let's listen to Defendant's Exhibit 598C, which is already in evidence.
A lot of evidence in this case.
Let's
Holy
not do
shit.
this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop, I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go, and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop? May I go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that.
That is not
There's
right.
no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me leave.
Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall and going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Remember? I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like
Crazy.
it or not. I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop. I'm stopped. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple.
I mean, that is weird though. It is rare then in the relationship dynamics that sounds like
We'll just see when I get home. We'll
It's
just talk,
redacted.
or we won't talk, or we'll
it's redacted.
finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not, bro. This is not happiness. This is not. This is.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing me so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please, I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop. Please
then what are you
stop
doing? Why-
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. If we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
I mean,
Sean, could you, please? I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah,
this
I think.
much.
Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really sorry.
I'm really ready. Thank
It's you and Mr. Depp in the recording, correct, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You just won't let him go, will you?
That's not true. We were outside of his studio and he wanted to go and use. It was a pretext. The claim that he was upset with me was a pretext so that he would go on a bender. I knew that pattern by the time this recording happened.
better deal with this shit, to be
Your
honest.
testimony now that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio
I believe that
and he
that
was going to go
recording was.
use?
Excuse me?
He was going to go use drugs? That's your testimony now?
We were outside his studio, his man cave house, if you will, in the car, I believe, during that recording.
And he was going to go inside and use?
That was the pattern. And as you can hear from my voice, I'm very, very, very scared of entering into the next cycle under what I had been conditioned to understand we were at that point in our relationship.
That's not true, is it, Ms. Heard? Mr. Depp was trying to go inside his house to see his daughter, Lily Rose.
She might have been over that day, but
So
that's
it's
not
your
what he was
testimony
getting out of
now?
the car to do, and that's not what I was stopping him from doing.
Let's play the beginning part of that recording where Mr. Depp tells you that he wants to go inside to see his daughter.
Wait, was that a bait and switch?
And let's not do this anymore, because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go, and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
We'll circle back to this, but it's your testimony that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio.
We were in the car.
You were in the car outside of Mr. Depp's studio,
That's correct.
and he wasn't telling you, please let me go inside my house to see my daughter. He was indicating to you that he wanted to go inside to do drugs. That's your testimony.
I know my testimony is that I knew what he was going inside to go do. I knew what stage of the cycle we were in. I knew the patterns by then, and I was desperately out of time trying to interrupt that cycle.
Let's go to May of 2016.
Oh, it's redacted. Or it's the wrong
Yesterday,
one.
Ms. Heard, Ms. Bredehoff, your attorney, showed you certain pictures from May 21, 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Was that a
You
throw?
could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 710, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph taken of you on May 21st, 2016. Do you recall?
Yes, that's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, if we could please do a split screen, Tom, and also pull up Defendant's Exhibit 714, which has already been admitted with redactions. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is the photograph that was also taken on May 21st, 2016, correct?
Yes, although the one to the right might have been taken the next day. I can't be sure. The reason I say that is because there's light in the background.
Metadata?
So it looks like it was taken in the daytime, which means maybe it was the next day.
Didn't you testify that you took different lighting, pictures in different lightings on May 21?
That is correct, yes.
And you're wearing two thin necklaces in this picture on the right, is that correct?
That is correct.
You testified that these pictures were taken the same night.
The one on the right looks like it was taken in the daytime because I can see the daylight behind me.
But you testified that they were taken the
Is
same
that
day.
daylight?
I don't know if I think I testified that they came from the same incident of the same day, not necessarily taken on the same day.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712, which has already been admitted. You testified yesterday that this is another photograph of you on the night of May 21.
That's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, can we please do a split screen and also pull up Defendant 713, which has already been admitted?
Oh, split screen combo. Wait a minute.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday this is also a photograph of you from the same night, correct?
That is correct.
You testified yesterday that the only difference between these two photographs is that the light was turned on.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
The light is on both of these pictures, though. Isn't that right?
It looks to me like the one on the left has the vanity light, the makeup lights, you know, the more yellow hued ones that go around the
same
hair on.
picture.
And then the one on the right looks like it doesn't have those.
Isn't it true you just edited these photographs?
No, I've never edited a photograph.
Didn't you just enhance the saturation for one of these photos to make your face look more red?
Wait a minute.
No, that's incorrect. I didn't touch it.
You were sitting
Wait,
here in this courtroom
every
when
hair
Mr.
string-
Isaac Baruch testified to seeing you the week after May 21, 2016, correct?
I was here.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you on May 22nd while you were changing the locks of your penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
I do. I just don't know if he was right about the date, but I do
Wait,
remember him
wait.
saying that.
Testified it was his birthday, the day after his birthday.
I believe it was.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you repeatedly in the days following also, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, it's 1-to-1.
And Mr. Baruch testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face, correct?
That is what he's testified to.
You were also here in this court when Mr. Sean Bett testified to seeing you on the evening of May 21, 2016. Is that right? You were here.
Can anybody overlap it as much as
That's
possible?
correct.
See what it looks
Mr.
like?
Bett also testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face that evening, correct?
I realize that's what he said.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Officer Melissa Sines testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, right?
I saw her testimony, yes.
And you heard Officer Sines testify that she did not see any injuries on you that night, correct?
I heard her testify she did not consider this injured.
No. Miss Officer Sines testified that she met with you and she did not see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct?
She did not consider this injury.
Ms. Heard, my question is a bit more nuanced.
So is my answer.
All right.
Sorry. Now what I want to say earlier, before I cut off, is that I'm not a relationship expert, okay? But in couple dynamics, from my perspective, it is a rare occurrence that asking for a timeout or asking for time or splitting up from a heated discussion is a negative thing. Most of the time, if not the vast majority of the time, it can only be beneficial to take a timeout and take a chiller and to think. That's just how it is. Unless it's done maliciously, intentionally, every time, and you have a pattern of it, which could be something like this here. It's like, it's usually people that you argue with that just will not let go of an argument unless they reach their conclusion now. If they don't get it, they throw a tantrum and they throw very manipulative loopholes and fucking mental gymnastics for you not to lead the argument, which is a very
Put these down, please.
it's very toxic and
They
damaging
might
for a
be
relationship.
confusing the witness.
Like, I know anything? I don't want you to do one.
My question is more
Nice
nuanced.
about that.
You sat in this courtroom while Officer Sines testified that she saw you the night of May 21, 2016, face to face, and didn't see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
I believe she was testifying
Chat, overlap it.
about these photographs, and she said that I was not injured in them.
Is it your testimony under oath now that Officer Sines testified that she saw injuries on you when she saw you in person on May 21?
Sorry, let me clarify. I was testifying that I know that that's what Officer Sines said, that she didn't consider my red puffy face injured. That's what she said.
The red, puffy face, that was your counsel's
Is it?
question, correct?
Is this overlap?
That was
She
her
said-
testimony in the UK.
That's incorrect, and you know that, Ms. Heard.
I disagree.
It's just inconvenient for you that Officer Sines didn't see injuries on you on May 21, 2016.
It
Isn't
doesn't
that right?
matter what's convenient for me.
Right. Officer Tyler Haddon also testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21, 2016, and he also testified no injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that correct?
They both said that they did not consider me injured.
They did not see injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that what their testimony was?
What their testimony was is that they did not consider what my face looked like to be injury. They didn't consider what they walked on in the house damage, but it was.
You were sitting here when Officer William Gatlin testified by deposition about being called on May 21 to the Eastern Columbia building, and he also did not observe any injuries on you, did he? And that's what he testified to.
He didn't even know which one I was.
No, I think we all saw on video camera you identify yourself. Isn't that correct?
I had to because of how far away he was. He didn't even know who he was
But
there
after
to
you
see.
identified yourself,
Not bad.
he looked at you.
It's literally what the
Isn't
one
that
you're
correct?
at.
From a distance, yes.
And he didn't see any visible injuries either, did he?
I don't know what he saw.
He testified that he didn't see any visible injuries.
That's
I would
that's
believe
literally
that he
perjury.
didn't. Yes.
You were also in this courtroom when Alejandro Romero, who worked at the front desk at the Eastern Columbia building, testified about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that correct?
How's it not?
That is correct. I think he said the 25th.
Yeah. And Mr. Romero testified that he didn't see any swelling or bruises on your face when you were talking to him at the front desk.
He wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't have, even though he had a habit, because his parents taught him correctly, to look into someone's eyes when speaking to them. Isn't that correct?
I know that's what he testified to, yes.
You testified yesterday that you sought a temporary restraining order on May 27th, 2016 because you wanted to change your locks. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Those locks were to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
But you changed the locks to the penthouses on May 22nd, 2016.
I attempted to.
That's why you felt comfortable having James Franco over the evening of May 22nd, 2016, Ms. Heard?
I do not know when James came over.
Okay, let's remind you. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 304, which is already in evidence, and play from 254 through
Oh,
439?
shit. Caught in black and white CCTV. voisin. Guys, where's the ghost going to appear? Right here. Pause. Michelle, pause. Put the red circle. Did you see it? Did you see it? It appeared for only 1 second. Did you miss it? I saw it. Oh, wait a minute. Madam?
That's you and Mr. Franco on May 22nd, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you're taking him up to the penthouses, aren't you?
That's where I lived, yes.
And it's past 11 p.m. at night, isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure of the time it looked like that.
Why don't we pull that video back up?
Oh, you can see. Oh, sorry.
$22:51. Almost midnight, right?
That's
Or, excuse me, almost 11 o'clock at night.
exactly.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town the week of May 21, 2016, didn't you?
I don't know what I knew of his schedule at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town on May 27th when you went to get the domestic violence restraining order, isn't that right?
I don't know if I knew that at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was heading out on a European tour that week, isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure what I understood of his schedule at that time.
Oh,
You knew he wouldn't be
please.
back for weeks, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Let's go back to that recording.
Oh, please, dude.
It's Defendant's Exhibit 598. You testified that you and Mr. Depp were in the car outside of his studio. Is that right?
Oh,
Yes.
no.
You were trying to prevent him from going into his studio to do drugs, right?
Yeah, to effectively start another cycle.
Right. Not that Mr. Depp was just trying to go into his house to see his daughter, right?
His daughter might be one of the people that was in the house at that time, but that's neither here
The
nor
house,
there.
the
That would
studio?
Testimony is now,
prevented him
Mr.
from entering a cycle.
Your testimony is now that Mr. Depp does drugs in front of his children?
Well, first of all, I know he does. Second of all, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have stopped him from using with his friends, which is the problem, not whether or not his daughter was there.
Let's play, please, Defendants 598.
Well, that was far out.
4948 through 5035.
Here it comes. Wait, so is it the house or the studio? Which one is it?
5035.
I'm not. I'm itching. I don't want to be doing this. I want it just to. Why don't you just say, okay, baby, I understand. I'll go home and you do your thing, hang out with your daughter, and then I'll see you in a couple hours and we'll talk about it. Is it that difficult to say that? Or you just fucking hate me and you want to be shitty about it? Please. Just fucking. It's not that difficult. Okay? I don't want to stand here in a driveway and argue with you. Okay, well, I'll see you in a little bit, okay? Please? Please. Just let me know if you're going to go somewhere. Just let me know, please, so I know.
And almost an hour later, you're still arguing with Mr. Depp outside, right?
I don't know how long that argument lasted, no.
Ms. Heard, you testified about seeking a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes, I have.
And how you wanted to do it discreetly?
That's correct.
That you wanted as much privacy as you could have?
Yes, that's correct.
And how you walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras and photographers, right?
That is correct.
Chat trash remote.
And how this overwhelmed you?
It was overwhelming, yes.
Because you didn't want this attention on you?
That is correct.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 800, which has already been admitted into evidence. This is a photograph of you taken inside the courthouse when you obtained the DVRO, correct?
That's correct.
And your friend Raquel Pennington took this photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
Because you needed to document your time at the courthouse getting a DVRO?
She just took a picture of me. I'm assuming it was in relation to my divorce, yeah.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 801, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, this is another photograph of you taken inside the courthouse, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Were you having a photo shoot inside the courthouse while you were getting a DVRO?
I would not characterize it that way, Ms. Vasquez.
You have a mark on your face, right, Ms. Heard?
That's a
Yes.
pimple.
You didn't use your bruise kit this time to cover it up?
No, it was the only day I actually walked out of my house without makeup on. I had to be stopped. My best friend saw me in the bathroom starting to put makeup on and told me not to.
All right. Can we please pull up Exhibit 1?
That's plaintiff's at 1.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Apologies.
That's fine.
It's already been admitted into
Yes, ma'am.
evidence.
Yeah, I thought her face moisturizer has foundation and she always has it on and she never leaves the house without having
You wrote
makeup
this
on.
op-ed, right, Ms. Heard?
With the help of the ACLU, yes.
And that's what you testified to in this courtroom, right?
That is correct.
And this was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
She looks like scuffed Jennifer
Aquaman
Lawrence.
was released on December 21st, 2018, right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
And that was your first big blockbuster, big budget role, right?
I disagree, but it was the first time I had like a leading role in a movie of that size, yes. Well, second time, yes.
What was your first time?
But the first one was the film I talked about before. I mean, yesterday, Justice League. It introduced the character. So, you know, technically, it was the second one.
But you were the love interest in Aquaman, correct?
That is correct.
Now, at least parts of this op-ed are about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
It's about what happened to me after.
You sat here during opening statements when your attorney argued that the context of your statement
You're kidding, right?
The first one was the film I talked about before. I mean, yesterday, Justice League. It introduced the character. So, you know, technically, it was the second one.
It's not my internet, it's
you were
YouTube.
the love interest in Aquaman, correct?
That is correct.
Now, at least parts of this op-ed are about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
It's about what happened to me after.
You sat here during opening
That is
statements
not
when your
true.
attorney argued that the context of your statements in this op-ed matter, correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through some of that context. Friends and advisors told me I would never work again as an actress, that I would be blacklisted.
Dude!
Statement, aren't you?
In general, I'm referring to being associated with domestic violence.
And you're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-party.
Guys, what's happening today? Is it my fault or not?
You sat here during opening statements when your attorney argued that the context of your statements in this op-ed matter, correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through some of that context. Friends and advisors told me I would never work again as an actress, that I would be blacklisted. Statement, aren't you?
In general, I'm referring to being associated with domestic violence.
And you're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-party. So questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the films Justice League and Aquaman. This is also referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
This is referring to what happened to me after I got my TRO, my restraining order.
Against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
These questions arose only after you accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence in May of 2016, allegedly, right?
Yeah, from the time I got the TRO, being associated with domestic violence. That's what it's a reference to, yes.
You also wrote, quote, imagine a powerful man as a ship like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise. In this op-ed, you're saying Mr. Depp is a ship, right?
I'm making an analogy to a powerful man as a ship.
The powerful man you're referring to in this analogy is Mr. Depp, right?
I was talking about a bigger issue actually than just Johnny. I was talking about what we as a country were talking about at the time of writing this, which is when powerful men in general do something horrible or something they shouldn't, how there is a system in place to protect them, clean up after them, maintain them afloat. You know, this is a reference to not just Johnny, it was about what was happening as a culture when we were addressing a lot of Me Too issues for the first time.
The iceberg is you in this analogy, right, Ms. Heard?
I would not say that. That was not what I intended to know.
So this is another reference to your accusations against Mr. Depp.
So what is iceberg then?
No, this is about what happened to me once I left that relationship and got a TRO and became associated with domestic violence.
Right. But it's your testimony that this op-ed isn't about Mr. Depp, right?
It's about what happened to me after. That's
It's
correct.
about your experience after obtaining a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct, among other things.
But it's not about Mr. Depp.
It is not about him,
Mr. Depp is making it about Mr. Depp, right?
ironically.
It's kind of like that Carly Simon song, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what you mean.
Let's talk about the defamatory statements in the op-ed that you also claim are not about Mr. Depp.
What was that?
Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath
What
for
was
women
that?
who speak out. This is about Mr. Depp,
Oh,
isn't
the
it?
mirror reference.
No,
You wrote this in 2018, right?
exactly.
And 2 years prior was 2016, right?
That's true.
Okay.
That's correct. It's
So
not about
May of
Johnny.
two-
It's
Ms.
about what
Heard-
happened to me
Ms.
after.
Heard, my question was May of 2016 is 2 years prior to December of 2018, correct?
That's correct.
All right. May 2016 is when you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence, right?
I got my restraining order at that time.
And you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence.
Yes, that was attached to my restraining order, so yes.
May of 2016 is when you sought a restraining order against Mr. Depp.
That's correct, and I had to
May-
provide testimony for that.
Right. And May 2016 is when you walked into court with a mark on your face to obtain that restraining order. Yes or no?
That was the day I walked into court with a bruise on my face, yes.
And you were photographed with that mark on your face, weren't you?
I walked out to a bunch of photographers, yes.
May 2016 is when
unlucky.
you told the world that Mr. Depp had physically abused you during your relationship. Isn't that right?
That I had to provide testimony as part of my restraining order application, yes.
And that's how you became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Right, Ms. Heard?
From that point on, yes.
That's when you claimed you faced our culture's wrath,
That's
right?
when it started, yes.
But it's your testimony under oath that this statement is not about Mr. Depp.
It is not. It is about what happened to me afterwards. Was the more interesting thing for me to write about.
The next statement reads, I had the rare vantage
about
point of
both?
seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. This is also about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
Not just about him, but he is included in that, yes.
He's the man you accused of
So who
abuse
then?
2 years prior to this op-ed. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, but I wrote this op-ed in the context of many men at the time that were public figures or in this public eye being accused as well.
Name
So
one.
it was a reference in general to a larger phenomenon, not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
Okay. And then you write, I spoke
I
up
asked
against
chat.
sexual violence and faced our
Her.
culture's wrath. This one's also about Mr. Depp.
I did not write that.
Well, you've accused Mr. Depp of sexual violence in this very courtroom, haven't you?
Yes, but I was intending to keep that private when this was published. I had not publicly ever accused him of that.
I'm going to move to strike everything after the word yes.
No, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You may not have written this title, but you published it, didn't you?
I did not publish a title. I retweeted the article that included the title.
That
and
is
the
not
purpose
even
of
true.
this
That's
article.
also lying.
Let's pull up, please, Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, which is
That
already
is
in evidence.
that is also a lie. Chat. That is a lie. This is not a
This is a tweet
retweet.
from your Twitter account on December 19th, 2018, correct?
This is
That
a
is correct.
tweet hyperlink. It's not a retweet. It's not a quote tweet.
Your Honor,
This is
I'm-
the original tweet
it's already
with a
in evidence?
hyperlink.
It is in evidence.
Thank you. So on
The
December
difference
19th,
is a
2018,
major-
You tweeted, quote, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." Did I read
It
that
is
right?
not a quote
That is
tweet.
correct.
It is
And the
not.
tweet includes a link to the op-ed we were just looking at, correct?
That's correct.
And you can see that the title of the op-ed in your tweet is, quote, "Opinion, Amber Heard. I spoke up against sexual violence." Right?
Yes, you don't get to change the title of an article you're retweeting.
That's not.
And that's the title that you put on your Twitter, correct?
I did not put it on my Twitter, no.
You linked it to your tweet.
I retweeted the article.
You published it.
I retweeted a link to an article that
No, she did not.
I wrote.
And you published it on your Twitter account. All right.
I retweeted it.
She didn't.
Testified yesterday
That's a
that you didn't
lie.
have any control over the title and just now of the op-ed when you retweeted it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
This wasn't a retweet though, right?
A tweet? Perhaps not retweet. I'm not quite sure.
It was
I
No,
guess
you
it's
know.
tweet.
You, don't be.
I misspoke. Excuse me. Tweet. Not
Fuck
retweet.
off.
You included a link to the electronic copy of the op-ed in your tweet, right?
That's what I was trying to say earlier, and I might have misspoke. It's like I'm trying to attach it.
Right. So you included a link, right?
Yes,
To the
that's
op-ed.
Try to play the card
correct.
the whole
So you
time.
must have seen the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you tweeted it, right?
I may have. I just didn't notice it.
Not very careful about what you publish, are you, Ms. Heard?
I just didn't notice the title.
You
That's
didn't need to include the link to the electronic version of the op-ed in your tweet, did you?
nope.
How else would I have linked it?
Well, you didn't need to include the link to tell the world that
Copy,
today you had
paste.
published this op-ed in the Washington Post about women who are channeling their rage and about violence and equality into political strength despite the price of coming forward. Right?
I couldn't attach it with a paper clip.
No, but you didn't need to attach it at all to tell the world
Oh, I
that
see
you
what you're
had
saying.
published an op-ed.
No, the goal was to tweet about it and to provide a link so that people could read it.
The
The
op-ed is
link-
in your name, right?
That's correct.
So if you had noticed the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you included it in your tweet, you could have asked the Washington Post to change it. Isn't that right?
No, that's not.
But you didn't do that, right? You never asked the Washington Post to change the title.
I didn't notice it, and I didn't ask them, nor do I think I needed to.
At the bottom, do you see that there's another tweet from December 19th, 2018?
Yes, I do.
And in this one, it reads, "I am honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights." Did I read that right?
That's correct.
So you announced your ACLU ambassadorship the same day
Sorry.
you posted the op-ed on your Twitter.
I think
Right?
that was always the plan, is to attach the article with the announcement that I was an ambassador.
Your Honor, if I may, would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
No, it's too
No.
early.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
We got to keep going at least till 12:30.
Okay, that's
thank
fine,
you.
Your Honor. Thank you. You testified yesterday about your counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case. Do you remember that testimony?
She hungry. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Your counterclaim is based on 3 statements made by Mr. Depp's attorneys, Adam Waldman. Is that right?
That's correct.
Guys, the link she copy
We looked
pasted
at those 3
has the
statements
word, the
yesterday,
title in
right?
it.
That's correct.
And the first statement was from an April 8th, 2020 article, right?
That's correct.
And that's Defendant's Exhibit 1245 that's been previously admitted. Would you please pull that up? Thank you.
She didn't notice.
If we could please publish that. Thank you. We can scroll down to the 8th page. Mr. Waldman's statement is buried on the 8th page of a 12-page article. Is that right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know how many pages are here.
Well, this is the 8th page. Let's go to the 12th. Let's pull up, please, Defendant's Exhibit 1246, which has already been admitted.
An ambassador for victims and good movements, and retweet stuff without even looking at the title. That's
And if we
doesn't
could
add up.
please
Stop.
go to Mr. Waldman's statement on page 10. And go on to page 11 of a,
Blow that shit up,
that's Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
bro.
That is correct. I think it's Mr. Waldman speaking on behalf of Johnny, yes.
You don't have any evidence of that, do you, Ms. Hurd? This is Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
I think it's included in the article as well.
That this is Mr. Waldman's statement, correct?
That a representative or an attorney, I don't know which word it says in the article, that it says very clearly that they're speaking on behalf of Johnny or representing Johnny.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 8818, 881A, excuse me?
I'm gonna go over here for now, because they're putting a lot of evidence. Oh, well, now we're gonna miss Johnny now, though. I'll be over here with the boys.
If we could please go to page 8 of this article.
Do not get it twisted.
Sorry, Your Honor. May I just
All right.
approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think one of the bigger problems is how meticulous she is with public perceptions, and how much she says that she takes notice of all these small things and these small little details, especially when it comes down to like appearing in public and posting stuff, and you're missing the title. Nobody buys that. But I don't know why she's pushing that lie so hard. Is it that big of an admission of guilt? She says,
We'll come
yeah,
back to this.
I tweeted
Sorry,
about it.
Ms. Hurd. Sorry, Your Honor.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Throwing.
Let's go ahead and take this down, please. Thanks. You testified yesterday about how your reputation was before these 3 statements were made, correct?
Yes, I did.
You testified that your career was going very well before.
I think I said the trajectory is positive, yes.
You testified you had a global campaign for L'Oreal, right?
That is correct.
You testified you were waiting on a schedule for Aquaman 2.
That is correct.
You testified you were scheduled to do a press tour for the TV show The Stand.
Press obligations, yes.
And then you testified that after the articles, you were no longer actively involved in the L'Oreal campaign. Isn't that right?
They suspended using my material.
And that you were no longer involved in the publicity surrounding The Stand after the articles, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't hear anything about the schedule for Aquaman 2.
Correct.
Ms. Hurd, you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason you are allegedly no longer active in the L'Oreal campaign, do you?
Well, I mean, other than my awareness that they can't use me because of all of the online attention that generated.
And you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason that the Stand media opportunities allegedly stopped, do you?
Yeah, I know they couldn't attach my name to their promotional materials because of the online stuff.
In fact, there was a lot of reasons why you were no longer active in these endeavors. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
Reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Waldman's statements.
Uh-oh.
Isn't that right?
I disagree
Wait.
with that.
There was a lot of publicity about your relationship with Mr. Depp around the time Mr. Waldman made the 3 statements at issue, right?
I do not recall.
A lot of really negative publicity for you, Ms. Hurd. Isn't that right?
There's been an ongoing smear campaign, yes.
an ongoing negative publicity campaign.
It's an orchestrated smear campaign.
You have no evidence of that, do you, Ms. Heard?
Just look me up, you'll see.
Ooh, damn.
Let's take a
Google
look
me.
at some of that.
Dude. Google me, bro.
All right.
I'll join the audience. Just wait. Yeah, you said I'm not doing it yet. Sit down, sit down. Because I'm talking about gambling. I was talking just fucking family shit. I'm not gambling, man. Yesterday I got smoked. If I had a green screen, I could be Michelle right here. Michelle's doing a pretty good job. Fuck, man, they ruined it. They ruined it, dude. Sorry, chat, guys. This is my fan. Guys, sorry about the fan voice. Look. I apologize about the fan, guys. Guys, listen. Look. Oh. No. That's pretty good. Shit, dude. Now I need a green screen. Michelle, blow that shit up. Oh, you don't need one. NVIDIA broadcast. Interesting. I don't think I have that. I can't be Johnny. That'd be too disrespectful. Come on now. I have another idea. Hold up. Promoted. Now what? Promoted. Fuck me. Let me watch let me watch a trial, dude. Let me watch this shit. Stop panning, dude. Dude! Dude, at least let me sit here, man. At least let me sit here, dude. Dude! What they're doing, they're just waiting, man. I wish I could fit it properly. I wish I could fit this properly to what it actually works. Guys, can you on OBS make it stretched like diagonally? But how? Is there a key? Transform. Transform. Edit transform. RTX green screen. Watch this. Display. No, it's not gonna work. Oh, I got one. This is spicy. It's spicy. Add image. Fuck, it's inverted. Fuck, dude. This opacity, it's bugged. Fuck, man. Fuck, dude. I wish I was better at this. I could do it on the fly and do it better. It'd be funny. But no, this is kind of scuffed. You rotate it a bit. How do you rotate? Transform? Edit transform. Oh, rotation. Oh my god. Oh, come on. because I'm learning more about streaming. This is actually a learning curve. You know what? Filter. Come on. Dude, somebody's gonna have to edit something good. Dude, he is playing Clash Royale. You cannot, stop it. You cannot convince me he is not playing a game of Clash right now. You cannot convince me. I do not care, dude.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So, Ms. Hurd, my last question to you was that there was a lot of negative publicity for you around the time that Mr. Waldman made these statements. Isn't that correct?
I believe that they were made, I believe that the statements kind of kept being attached to new defamatory, or, articles that were like smear campaign sort of attack articles is what it.
Okay. Let's go through some of the articles that were out in the press. So, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1267. Just publish that just for the witness. That would be great. Thank you. This is an article published on February 2nd, 2020, and the title is hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp trends after Amber Heard admits to hitting actor in audio clip. Do you see that?
I see that.
And if we can go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1268. This one was published on February 3rd, 2020. It reads the title, Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording.
Yeah,
Do you see
that's
that?
when his lawyer leaked an edited tape.
Ms. Heard,
Edited tape.
do you see the title? Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording. Do you see that?
I see the title.
Okay. If we could please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1269.
Edited.
This one was published on March 17th, 2020. Amber Heard slammed door into Johnny Depp's head, reveals new audio. Do you see that?
Yeah, these are more of the PR
Let me show you
plans.
something that's edited.
Let's go to 1270. This one was published on March 31st, 2020. Amber Heard to be sacked
This
from Jason Momoa's
is editing.
Aquaman after Johnny Depp's controversy, reports. Do you see that?
I do.
We can go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1271. You see the title that says, Johnny Depp says ex-wife Amber Heard sliced his finger off, and it, quote, erupted like the Vesuvius?
I just don't know when that was. I've never seen that article.
We can go to 1272.
Yes.
This one was published on May 29th, 2020, and it says, when Amber Heard confessed to smashing a door into Johnny Depp's head, clocking him in the jaw. Do you see that?
I see that.
In the jowl. I think she's getting antsy.
To 1275. This one was published on July 15th, 2020. Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story. Ex-aide tells libel trial. Do you see that?
This was Adam Waldman as well.
It doesn't say Mr. Waldman. It actually says Kate James also says she often received abusive text messages from Johnny Depp's ex-wife, doesn't it?
I just know because he threw down the article.
Ms. Heard, isn't that what that says?
Mr. Waldman threw the
Ms.
newspaper at
Heard,
me afterwards.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question.
Oh, Jesus.
What
My
was your
question
question? I'm
is-
sorry.
The title of the article says, Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story, ex-aide tells libel trial. Kate James also says, Your Honor, she opened the door by saying it was Adam Waldman.
Can they let her talk?
Next question.
Okay. Let's go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1276. Amber Heard admits to hitting fucking baby Johnny Depp in court audio. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to 1277. Published July 28th, 2020. Amber Heard's sister thought she was going to kill Johnny Depp, claims a witness. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
I see that.
And 1278. Published on
she's gonna
July
what?
28th, 2020. Johnny Depp was the victim of abuser Amber Heard, London's High Court told. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and take our lunch recess then. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. And we'll see
Saved
you
by
now.
the bell. You know what we need? You know what we need? We need long questioning, right? And they get hungry and they get mauled. And then the truth comes out. Because they're getting hangry.
All right, we'll come back at 1:35 then. Is that fine? All right, thank you.
All right. Chat, what is this, chat? Oh, what about this? I don't remember the motion he does. Forget it. There it is. There it is. Okay, chat, guys, I'm sorry, chat, guys. I kind of want to look at some of the stuff that I missed earlier. Was there a good part, chat, that we missed earlier? There's got to be a lot of it. There's got to be a lot.
Came on the first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
Ms.
And I
Heard,
went to check
Ms.
on
Heard.
him. And
Chat, from what point did I miss? Oh, no. That we already saw this, I'm pretty sure. 1, 2, 3, 1 hour. 1 hour, 2 hours. So about from, I would say,
1816.
beginning to first break. 1 and a 5. Okay, 1 to 5. So I would say that would be 220. This part?
This is another note from you to Mr. Depp.
that is correct. The whole book is love notes.
So this is dated August 15th. Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted.
All right, 371 in evidence as redacted.
Guys, we have like an hour. We can almost watch all of it.
Yes, ma'am.
If we can publish that to the jury, thank you.
Always,
So you write
always the
Ms. Heard
beginning.
to keep talking about that sequence. Then on page 4521, starting at line 3,
This more or not?
you testified to being bent over backwards on the bar. Right?
Okay.
Is this a good part? Yeah, we could go 1 to 5, so we have more time. I think we can go through all of it real fast. I think something okay, guys. I want to be weird, okay? I don't want to dissuade the public too much, okay? But what I've noticed on social media and on Twitter, and whatever, is that people downplay the existence of couple dynamics, and it could to an incredible degree. an incredible degree. People act like, oh, dude, you shouldn't do this black on white. That's impossible. That is impossible. Okay? There are, when it comes down to social dynamics overall, okay, it's very rare. It's like, it's complicated. It's complicated. People do stuff. Things happen. What?
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to page 4521, starting at line 3. You testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
That is correct.
And then feeling pressure on your pubic bone like Mr. Depp was punching you. Yes?
That's what I thought.
And then further down,
I get it. You shouldn't put up with abuse. You shouldn't put up with abuse, okay? One way or the other. But in this case, it seems that there's a lot of back and forth, and they are, to a certain degree, both abusive, both mentally and physically, to some degree, whereas one, regardless of one being a repercussion to the other, or one is in defense, doesn't matter. They're already committed to this, and it is a long standing of it. Stop saying question mark. This is very important to understand. Okay? Stop it. Guys, it's to some degree, there's no shot. It's all, okay, just stop. Just stop.
on page 4521 and on to 4522, you testified that you were concerned Mr. Depp was using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
Guys, what I'm saying is, nobody is perfect. Nobody is. Even in some of the videos, he does some stuff that is very mild compared to some stuff that she does. Right? But it is still categorized as abuse or things that are abusive. Therefore, it is an entirely abusive, toxic relationship. It is a very deep, it is a deeper relationship, and it has more than anything people think there are. Okay, so when people isolate one celebrity and say, "Wow, you should never do this in a couple," whatever, it doesn't make sense. You have to apply the scope of the whole thing, otherwise none of it makes sense.
Fear. That's what I remember feeling.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you defendant's exhibit.
People act like they know what it is to be married, to have deal with cheating, abuse, when they've been single for 30 years. Literally.
1816. She's already been admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You saw this picture during your direct examination, right?
I did.
And you testified that this is a picture of the bottles that were next to Mr. Depp on a desk when you found him drinking in the morning, right?
That's correct.
And this was the morning after Mr. Depp had allegedly sexually assaulted you, right?
It was the morning after he did assault me. Yes.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, you testified that this is the Maker's Mark bottle that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted you with.
I was never sure it was, but it was definitely that shape. Felt like that shape.
But you testified in this courtroom that you had not seen this bottle until Ben King provided these photographs, correct?
And not in the course of the trial. I hadn't seen the photograph.
I want to sorry.
You claim you had serious injuries after this alleged incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Depends on what you would call serious. For me, having a sore jaw and some bruises at the time of my relationship wasn't that serious.
Okay, let's testify. Let's
When was
focus on the testimony that you gave about the injuries. Mr. Depp, as you testified yesterday, wears rings on every finger, right?
Sometimes. I mean, often. And certainly in the later part of our relationship, that was more normal than not. But if he's filming or something like that, of course, he's not going to have his own jewelry on.
Your testimony in this trial was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings, correct?
You need to put your microphone on, miss. Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask an
Improper
answer.
impeachment there. She's going to ask her a question, then she has to show where that was, and then.
Overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your testimony yesterday was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what I testified to, yes.
And he was wearing rings on every finger in Australia, correct?
Not all the time, not literally every single ring, every single day, but he often wears rings.
Not often, Ms. Heard. Your words are, I've never known Johnny not to wear rings on every finger.
That is what I testified to.
Okay. And you testified that you bled as a result of this sexual assault, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you testified that your forearms were cut.
My forearms and my feet.
And your feet were sliced up.
That's correct.
And you testified you had a bruise across your jaw.
That is correct.
And there was not a single...
Guys, the cuts were from rot. Guys, what did she claim that the cuts were from? Was it the glass being thrown at her and cutting her arms? What was it initially?
medical record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries is there, Ms. Heard?
I didn't seek treatment.
And the day after you sustained all these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came to the house in Australia, right?
Well, he came the third day along
Broken
with
glass.
security.
The day after you sustained these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came along with nurse Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Well, that fight went into the morning, like early hour morning, so technically that last day.
Dr. David Kipper is Mr. Depp's, or was Mr. Depp's physician, right?
I believe he still is.
But
Yes.
he was at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was also your physician.
He also saw me.
No, not saw you. He was your physician, correct, Ms. Hurd?
Johnny was the client, but he also treated me.
All right.
Well,
Let's please pull
by-
up. Do you remember giving testimony in this case in a deposition, Ms. Hurd?
Oh my
Yes,
god.
I do. I've given a couple.
Guys, her fighting so hard on specifics
Please,
is not a good look. It's just
Pull
not.
up the deposition transcript, day 2, at 589, lines 6 through 8.
What do I mean? It means that her fighting on the very small specifics, every time a specific arises when she knows it's wrong, it's a bad look. It's every question she does it. Every question. It's court? Yes. It's not court. It's a trial.
Your Honor,
There's a jury.
We're going to play Ms. Hurd's
This matters.
deposition for the jury, lines day 2, page 540, lines 6 through 9. If we have permission to publish it.
In a court, but
Excuse
yeah,
me,
you
I'm
get it.
sorry, day 2, page 589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, could you just give us a minute to get
Of
there?
course.
589.
Nice.
I'm sorry, what were the lines again?
Page 589, lines 6 through 8.
Wait. Did you say 540 or 589?
589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
And he was your doctor at this point, right?
Yes, he was.
Debbie Lloyd also came to the house that day.
Madam?
Yes, she came with Kipper.
Yeah. Miss Lloyd is a nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Malcolm Connolly also came to the house that day.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Connolly is one of the security guards, correct?
That is correct.
You had known Mr. Connolly for years at that point.
Oh, here it comes.
Yes, that's correct.
You flew back to Los Angeles the next day with Ben King. Is that right?
I can't be certain if it was the next day or the day after, but somewhere around there, yes.
And the day you arrived back in Los Angeles, you saw Travis McGivern, correct?
I don't recall seeing Travis, no.
You don't recall Mr. McGivern picking you up from the airport with Ben King?
I don't remember that, no.
And the same
Why
day,
is she looking left and right when doing her answers? Because the jury is on her right. So basically, whenever she has an answer and wants to show something, she looks at the jury and answers them, not her.
you also saw
like
your
half
own
and half.
nurse, Erin Barem Filati, that day, correct? The day you arrived in Los Angeles?
I don't recall if I saw her that day.
You saw Miss Filati's testimony in this case by video deposition, correct?
That is correct.
And you heard her testify that she saw you the day you arrived back from Australia on March 9th, 2015.
I believe she testified that she came to dinner where I was with friends. Yeah, I believe that.
So she saw you that day.
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner.
Okay. And then you saw Erin Barem Filati again the next day for a private meeting, didn't you?
I'm not sure if that's what she testified to. I'd have to just see the records to know.
You heard her testify according to her notes. She met with you privately on March 10th, 2015.
She met with me at some point upon my arrival, but I don't remember the exact date.
Just give the testimony.
And when you were in Australia, Ms. Hurd, you didn't take any pictures of the injuries you claimed to have sustained, right?
I did not take any pictures, no.
But you did take 2 pictures.
Of the mirrors. I took 2 pictures of the bathroom mirrors. That was the master bathroom where I was.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 374, which is already in evidence. You took this picture, right, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is a mirror in the bathroom in Australia.
That's correct.
And this black paint on the mirror is from Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
He wrote on the mirror in black paint after his finger was cut off, right?
Yes, I only know that because there was blood as well as paint.
So you took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his fingers, correct?
This was while I was packing, when I was leaving.
That's a
when I
yes,
took the
right,
photo.
Ms. Hurd?
That's, what's the question? I'm sorry.
You took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And you took this picture after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp, yes?
That's correct.
Yet you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you?
I don't see myself in the mirror, no.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 375. You took this picture as well, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And this is from one of the bathroom mirrors in Australia.
That's correct.
This is also a picture taken after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
Wait, you're right.
That's correct.
That's a
And this
good
is also a
point.
picture taken after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture.
Is that
It's
because
a
you
good-
didn't have
it's
any
a good
visible
point.
injuries on you?
It's because I was taking a picture of the writing.
Let's talk about the writing on this mirror. So the writing in black paint is from Mr. Depp, correct?
It's all from Mr. Depp.
And it's your testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe, end quote.
That's correct.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger, and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm
Chat,
sorry.
chat. Couldn't they have a writing expert or whatever, a calligraphist or some shit, to check if this matches or his handwriting compared to this? 'Cause this looks different.
Let's please take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1830. And I believe this picture is also admitted.
Wait, let me look at it. Let me look at it real fast. I'm not an expert. Obviously, everybody knows this. Okay, but could be it.
30. And I believe this picture is also admitted into evidence.
That's correct.
This is a picture of the same mirror, right?
Could be
That's
looks
correct.
the same.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
I don't believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
Okay. So you would agree, Ms. Heard, that the black text on the mirror says, quote, she loves naked photos of herself. So modern, so hot.
I had not read that yet. I mean, before, but yeah, that's what it says.
But you were taking pictures of the text, but you had not read that before?
I haven't seen this. It didn't make sense to me at the time when I read it in person.
Okay. Again, Mr. Depp wrote that.
I don't know who else would have.
So, Ms. Heard, just to be clear, it's your testimony that Mr. Depp also wrote the message in red about Carly Simon saying it better, right?
That's correct.
You know Carly Simon sang the song You're So Vain, right?
I was told that.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was writing messages to himself in the mirror back and forth.
The best I can describe it is it looked like a crazy conversation. It was on the walls, it was
With
on
himself.
lampshades, it was on cushions.
It's your testimony the crazy conversation was with himself.
That's what it looked like from the bloody messages I found.
And you would agree with me that in this photograph, the red text has been smudged with black paint, right?
Yes.
Wait,
Let's
so
please pull up, if we can, Defendant's Exhibit 375 again.
wait, yeah, it got tampered with. So what
That
happened?
smudge isn't in this picture that you took, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp must have not liked his own message to himself.
I'm not quite sure what was happening when Ben took his photograph, no.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is already in evidence, and play the portion from...
I get it. She wrote in blood and in black a message. Then she wrote with her lipstick in red some message to say something back. And then he was probably mauled at it and he blacked it out. And then he went out to probably get healed. And Ben King came in and took the picture. Why? So it's black smudged.
157.21 through 158.54. It's recording, Your Honor.
It's not to get you mad. It's not. It's just to get out of a bad situation.
That seems like the most likely.
In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger.
Wait, hold up. Also, sorry about that. Sorry. Last thing. It seems like the A is different and the L's are done differently. See this? No, definitely.
While it's happening.
The L's are
Australia, when we had the big
much
fight
different.
where I lost the tip of my finger. At least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me. To avoid
escape
working it out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man, and when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is, you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight, crazy, escalated. I split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or bedroom or something. Knock, knock, knock. Bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
Makes a lot of sense.
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I did knock on a bathroom door on the first night.
Not a bathroom door, 5 bathroom doors, and 2 bedrooms. Isn't
Johnny
that
is
right?
not an accurate historian of what happened during
Miss Heard,
that
Miss
period
Heard,
of time. I'll guarantee
Miss
that.
Heard, that's not my question. 5 bathroom doors, 2 bedrooms. That's what you knocked on.
I
That's
was
what
there.
actually happened in Australia,
A
isn't it, Miss Heard?
historian?
I was there.
That's
I
no?
remember. I knocked on one bathroom door. I came on the first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
Ms.
and I
Heard,
went to check
Ms.
on
Heard,
him and
I'm
see
going
if
to
he
move to
could-
strike everything after I knocked on one bathroom
She
door.
can't do that. She's answering the question.
But not quite, so I will sustain the objection. Just answer the question, okay, ma'am?
Also, her testimony about the MDMA doesn't even make sense. The amounts that she said he took are completely outrageous and don't make sense at all.
The recording we just listened to.
just-
That's exactly what happened in Australia.
It's fabricated
Mr.
bullshit.
Depp lost the tip of his finger after you threw a bottle at him. Isn't that right?
That is incorrect.
You're the one who assaulted someone with a bottle in Australia. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
I didn't assault Johnny in Australia. I didn't assault Johnny
do
ever.
I know? I
couldn't-
know.
And then after he was injured,
Okay, she had stated under oath that he took 7, 8, a handful amount of pills, which normally would have about 150 milligrams, 200 milligrams at most, unless you're kind of absolutely fucking cooked up. Okay, now you're talking about getting more than a gram of MDMA, one tap instantaneously. Now you are going absolutely mauled mode. At that point, you must be fucking hallucinating both visually and auditory. You're
you had to
losing
hide
it.
right?
That is
In
incorrect.
five
She said
bathrooms,
10.
two
No,
bedrooms.
that
That is
doesn't
incorrect.
make sense.
And you would pursue him
That is incorrect.
because he was avoiding talking to you, right?
He did that first night when
he was
I tried to
avoiding-
talk to him about the drugs.
And he was avoiding working it out.
No, he was avoiding agreeing to not fight about the drugs.
You weren't scared of him at all, were you?
I have a mixed relationship with Johnny, and one in which I'm scared, one in which I love him very much.
I'm not talking about your mixed relationship. That night in Australia, after you cut off his finger with a bottle, you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill me. Of course it's scary.
Huh?
He's also my husband.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371.
As far as we're concerned and what we heard, she came out with no injuries on record, and I think he's missing a finger.
Do not believe these have been admitted into evidence.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't have them.
I don't know who's closer to dying.
We can scroll down, please. No.
Ms. Berhoff, if you don't have your microphone on, I cannot hear you. You still don't have it on.
Redacted. Oh. I need to take a look at the unredacted for a minute, Your Honor. Just bear with me.
All right.
I'm not admitting it into evidence yet. I would like to just
Okay,
talk to the
yes,
witness about it if
go
I
ahead.
could. Thank you, Your Honor.
Also,
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do you recognize these text messages between you and Dr. Cowan?
I don't recognize these, no.
Who's Dr. Cowan?
He was my therapist that was recommended to me from Dr. Kipper. He and Dr. Kipper worked together.
He was your therapist at the time, correct?
That's correct.
And you had been seeing him for almost a year in March of 2015?
My guess would be about 6 months at that point.
Your text messages are in gray, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that she show her the unredacted so that she can see the text exchange back and forth
if you
if she
can-
wants to talk
Absolutely.
about
All right, we'll
moving
pull
the
that up.
unredacted
Sure.
later.
Let's go ahead.
Thank you.
Pull it up.
what makes it lose credibility also is the fact that, oh, what happened on that night from your perspective? Oh, he took his finger, did this, this, when this did that, did, sent me a text, went to get some food, got a cookie, went upstairs. But whenever it's time for her to admit something that she did, what happened to you? What did you do? I don't really remember. Oh, what did you eat? I guess a portion of, let's say, food, perhaps? It's like, I mean, how do you not see through this shit?
Seeing these unredacted messages, does this refresh your recollection that these are indeed communications between you and Dr. Cowan?
Yes, that's correct.
Doctor, your text messages are in gray, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Cowan's are in blue?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you see the text message at the bottom of the page from March 8th, 2015 at 8:29 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
March 8th is the day that you
What's
were
going?
allegedly sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp in Australia, correct?
That is correct.
So on March 8th, 2015, you were in Australia,
That is correct.
and Mr. Depp's finger had just been cut off, right?
That is correct.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote, "I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
You weren't able to change, were you, Ms. Heard?
I very much wanted to leave the relationship I was in, but I didn't have the power. I didn't feel I had the power to leave. I knew I was in a very toxic relationship with Johnny, and I knew I needed to change that. I knew it was, at this point, horrible for me. And I
gonna
talk to
move
my
to
therapist
admit-
often about that.
That is
Exhibit.
not what she. Okay.
Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted with just Ms. Heard's messages.
All right.
Your Honor, I object because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Heard that clarify even further, and I also think
Ms.
that
Bredehoff,
Dr. Cowan's.
Your Honor, may we
Yeah,
please
let's-
approach?
let's-
This is.
Yeah, so this is something that I've noticed only Amber's lawyers do, is that they'll do objection something, but then they're gonna slam a bunch of information that shouldn't be a public, that the jury shouldn't hear. Yeah, you can strike from the record, but they spam info as soon as they go for an object. They don't do objection this. They go, oh, well, they did this and she did that. It's like, dude, why are you doing that? Objection this or ask to approach. What the fuck is the problem?
We can move to Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted.
All right, 371 in evidence as redacted over objection. Yes, ma'am.
We can publish that to the jury. Thank you. So you write, Ms. Heard, to Dr. Cowan, I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change. Right?
And I said I clearly can't figure this out, meaning the relationship.
You didn't say that. You
I
said,
did.
Not the relationship. Your text messages. Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
What I was saying to him
No,
is
Ms.
clearly I
Heard,
can't
Ms.
figure
Heard,
this
Ms.
out
Heard,
as a
that's not my question.
relationship.
The text. Just the text.
That's exactly what I was saying.
What you texted. Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
That's
That's
what I was saying.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, today's very spicy, Likoxi. Just stick around.
Ms. Heard, you contend?
Your Honor, just for clarification, so those two next lines did come in.
They are in the redacted.
Okay,
copy.
good. All right, thank you.
Ms. Heard, you contend that there's another incident of abuse in March of 2015 after you and Mr. Depp returned from Australia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this incident took place on March 23rd, 2015?
That's correct.
And this supposedly occurred in the penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building?
That's correct.
You had found text messages between Mr. Depp and another woman, right?
That is correct.
So you confronted him about cheating on you.
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks after you had returned from Australia.
That's correct.
So this is shortly after Mr. Depp supposedly sexually assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was 2 weeks after he assaulted me, yes.
And you decided to confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't decide to. I wanted to.
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a
Wait.
cast on it.
Wait, so what?
And you decided to confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't decide to. I wanted to.
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a cast on it.
The top of his right finger had been cut off 2 weeks prior.
That is correct.
And he had a pin in his finger, true?
I don't recall when the pen was placed.
A skin graft?
I'm not quite sure. He had several different procedures, and they were kind of spread out over a period of time, so I don't remember what happened and
One
when
of those
exactly.
procedures was to treat the MRSA that got on his finger too, right?
At some point, I knew he had an infection.
And his right hand was in a bandage, right?
It was casted.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was able to attack both you and your sister with his hand in that state, right?
That is correct. He had a hard plaster cast on it.
Debbie Lloyd was present in the penthouses when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you claim that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can at Miss Lloyd that evening.
Yes, that's correct.
And you put in a sworn statement to that effect in the UK case, right?
That is correct.
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Heard?
I've had several, yes.
Yeah, so you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath.
That is correct.
You're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case, correct?
That's true.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Oh! Now they say, can we approach? Dude, where's the spam now, dude? Dude, where's the load of garbage information out? Dude, where's the spam now? What happened with it? It disappeared.
So in a deposition, Ms. Heard, you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath, right?
That's correct.
You're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case.
That's correct.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial.
Yes.
So you heard Miss Lloyd testify under oath that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her.
I can't remember if she didn't recall that or if she said it didn't happen. I don't remember. I vaguely sense she didn't recall anything.
Anything. Amnesia.
So it's your testimony that Miss Lloyd would forget that Mr. Depp, a very famous patient of hers, threw a can of Red Bull
Samara.
that nearly missed her, according to your version of events?
It's my brother who got me the
To
hoodie.
be fair, I just don't remember if she said when she testified that she didn't recall that incident or if it didn't happen. I don't remember what she testified to. But I have a vague sense that she didn't recall much at all.
Dementia feels bad, man.
She recalled, and she testified in this courtroom, that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her. That was her testimony, wasn't it?
I don't recall what her testimony was with regards to that one incident, no.
You actually filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
No, I don't believe I did.
Are you aware that someone filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license in connection with her care of Mr. Depp for failing to report abuse?
No, I had no idea. You're the first person to let me know about that.
It's your testimony under oath, that wasn't you?
But that is my testimony. I didn't even know about that until now.
Travis McGivern was also present when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you, correct?
He walked in at some point.
And you heard his testimony that it was actually you who punched Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
It's always been my own testimony that I hit Johnny.
And you who was throwing things at Mr. Depp.
I hit him in defense of my sister. I didn't have anything to throw at him. I never threw anything at him. I hit him when he attacked me and my sister. Specifically when he moved for her. That's when I hit him.
So it's your testimony under oath. You threw nothing at Mr. Depp. Mr. McGivern's lying.
I have thrown things at Johnny,
No,
to be clear, but not
thrown
that
things
occasion.
that evening.
Not on that occasion.
So it's your testimony, Mr. McGivern imagined that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level down towards where Mr.
Down.
Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
What?
Ms. Heard, you and Mr. Depp kept a journal together.
What?
Client.
Mr. Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
His client.
Ms. Heard, you and Mr. Depp kept a journal together, didn't
It's
you?
a witness.
Yes, we did.
You wrote each other messages in that journal, right?
That is true.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 91. I'm only going to be showing you certain portions of this, so if we could please call
That's
this
not-
Plaintiff's
I mean-
Exhibit 91A.
Yes, it is. The journal.
This is the journal that you and Mr. Depp kept with each other in electronic form, correct?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll through, these are all entries that you made in the journal, correct?
The journal? What is that? Chat?
Is it done? Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A, and I've gone ahead and redacted Mr. Depp's writings as on hearsay grounds.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay.
Of course I want to approach.
Let's start with the first page. It's a picture.
Your Honor,
It's a picture.
they haven't given me the pages yet. Your Honor.
Writing them down.
Sorry, Judy. Let's write them down first.
It's not back. Guys, they still have a lot to go through. Guys, the lunch break is like an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, all right.
If we could please publish this to the jury.
91A in evidence.
Thank you.
Over objection.
Oh no, 20 minutes left?
This is a picture that's on the inside cover of the Love Notebook, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
And you're in Australia in this picture, aren't you?
My foot's here.
Yes, but that's much later once we returned.
You can see that Mr. Depp's right hand is bandaged, right?
Yes, that's correct. That was after it had recovered significantly. That's not what it looked like during the incident we were just talking about.
So this is a picture after the events in Australia in March of 2015, correct?
Yeah, yes, that photograph was taken months later.
We have the jury look at that photograph again, please. Let's now turn to page 3. This is a note you wrote in the journal to Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
This is actually the first note you wrote to him in this journal.
Sorry.
I
sorry about
don't
that.
remember what the first note was.
The date on this note is May 22nd, 2015, correct?
That is correct. That was during our honeymoon period.
This is just a little bit over 2 months after the events in Australia in March of 2015, right?
That's correct. We were back in a honeymoon phase. That was the period of sobriety I spoke about yesterday.
When after Mr. Depp had allegedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was after the stairs and it was after the Australia incident, yes.
And
And he
it's-
got clean and sober and we went back to Australia.
It's also 2 months after you punched Mr. Depp because you allegedly thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs, right?
I hit him when he swung at my sister. And this is written months later, yes.
You thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs like he had thrown Kate Moss down the stairs, right?
He swung at Whitney and I had heard a vague rumor about that. And so it's what I thought of.
In this first message to Mr. Depp in your journal, you write, quote, "True love isn't about just the madness of passion or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both, falling madly in love with your friend. That is what has surprised me perhaps the most, that I have seen in you the true bones of friendship and respect. But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you apart, devour you, and savor the taste. Fret not. XX Slim."
Yes, it's a love note.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And you're Slim, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, I'm now going to ask you to take a look at the very last entry you wrote in this journal, which seems to be from April 8th.
Maybe she tried to eat his finger.
That would be April 8th, 2016, correct?
I'm not quite sure. I don't see the year written on there and I don't recognize it yet.
It would be a couple weeks. April 8th would be a couple weeks before your birthday, though, right?
That's correct.
Just to confirm, this is a note you wrote to Mr. Depp, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And on the second page of this note, you wrote the following. Quote, "I'm sorry I can get crazy. I'm sorry I hurt you. Like you, I can get wicked when I am hurt, when I feel provoked, shattered. And last night I was. I felt abandoned about the Lily Rose thing, felt absolutely bewildered about your not coming home on my last night here, and was heartbroken and angry after many attempts in vain on my part to rectify the situation and make amends on the last night of what was otherwise a gorgeous trip with you. I am so sorry for my part. None of this is meant to be an excuse for hurting you, because the truth is, nothing is. There is never a reason good enough to hurt you. You are the last thing in the whole world who deserves it. Last person I ever meant to hurt. I love you, Steve. I am forever yours, Slim." Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 423, which is already in evidence.
Steve is the guy from Minecraft.
This is a picture of you with what appears to be straight red marks on your arms, correct?
Those are scars from the broken glass.
And they're straight and red, right?
I disagree with how you characterize that, but they are red, yes.
And they're on your left arm?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Hurd, you have a history of cutting yourself, don't you?
I do not.
Uh-oh.
You cut your arm once as a teenager, isn't that right?
No, I said I wanted to. When I was put on birth control pills when I was a teenager, I got I felt crazy, and I said I felt suicidal.
So it's your testimony under oath that you didn't report to Dr. Hughes, your retained psychologist, that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to when I was a teenager.
Oh, I don't like this.
Ms. Heard, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a trip you and Mr. Depp took on a train. And
Guys, I feel like if this isn't a home run, and you're sure what you're saying, and that it's gonna hit because it's true, I feel like asking or proposing this as a possible is wrong.
Southeast Asia. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
That was when you and Mr. Depp went on your honeymoon trip, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in July of 2015?
That's just my take. Sorry.
Yes, that sounds right.
Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence. You were here in this courtroom, right, Ms. Heard, when Malcolm Connolly testified to taking this picture?
That's correct.
This is the picture. This picture shows an injury to Mr. Depp's face, doesn't it?
I disagree. I've seen this picture.
Okay, Ms. Heard,
I've seen
I
this
got the
picture
answer. Thank
before,
you.
and
You
he's
disagree?
not injured in it.
He's not injured in this picture. That's your testimony. Fine.
This one is Photoshop.
Ms. Heard, I have your answer. Thank you. This is the only photograph from our honeymoon.
It's what?
Testimony. Fine.
This one is Photoshop.
Ms. Heard, I have your answer. Thank you. This is the only photograph from our honeymoon that shows someone with an injury, correct?
That's not true.
We haven't seen any photos of injuries to your face from that train trip, have we?
I don't believe my face was injured on that trip.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 91A at page 46,
Chat,
going back to the Love Journal.
does metadata not disprove it's edited or not?
This is a note from you to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
This is a note you wrote on July 22nd, 2015.
That is correct.
And it starts off with the words, "My husband, happy honeymoon," right?
That's correct.
Ms. Heard, please take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A at page 67. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp in your journal, right?
That is correct.
And this one is dated August 1st, 2015.
Wait.
That's correct.
And you write, "That's enough. You've held this book hostage long enough. Although I can't wait to read my note, I also couldn't wait to tell you how much I adore you. What a beautiful, extraordinary, magical,
The handwriting.
memorable, wonderful, stunning, surprisingly evolving, and impulsive adventure. I couldn't have imagined a more gorgeous honeymoon. I love you more and more every passing day. XX Slim."
The wise is the giveaway here, I think. The wise?
Did I read that right?
That is correct.
Let's take a look at the journal entry starting on page 68.
Chat, does somebody have the mirror pick again? Chat, show me the mirror pick, guys. I want to confirm it. It
This is
actually
another
looks like
entry
it.
from you writing to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And this one's dated August 2nd.
That is correct, yes.
And this one is a longer one, so let's go to where it ends on page 70 of the journal.
I'll Google it. Wait. I want to go back to it. I think it's kind of important. I just want to know. I want to put it to rest, man. So I stop betting myself. Guys, I don't want to be Detective Andy, but this is kind of cool. Yeah, this is the same. Right? If she wrote this is her, or if he wrote this is him. It's got to be. Look, guys, I think the why is the biggest giveaway, dude. Small on the left side, long on the right side. I think this is legitimately uncommon. I mean, not a lot of people do Ys like this. It's very uncommon. And the look here again, right here. Small on the left side, long on the right side. The chance that that two people do the Ys the same like this it's insane. It would be insanely rare, even if they're together as a couple. Here again, there. Where else? The S's. The S's, yeah, they look like they're like it's like a. Let me see where are the S's at in here. Memorable, impulse. Yep. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you have it. Yeah, the S's, same thing. Same thing with the S's. It's like a weird dance. Yeah, this is her writing 100%. Couldn't they get somebody who works in forensics or whatever that does things for writing? Like a Zodiac expert or some shit?
And you write.
And then, she's lying under oath. Guys, that wouldn't be the first time she's lying under oath in this trial, would it?
Quote, I hope that
edited
things said
pictures,
in anger and pain were just
liking the
that.
picture, handwriting,
and that you miss
it's
and
all
love
lies.
him too. And that is what matters most to you. You may say you stand by everything you said and did, and that there is nothing you can learn from this, but I don't feel that way. And it's important for me that you know that. I love you and I'm sorry. I miss my warm, loving husband, XX Slim.
That is correct.
Slim Shady.
And sad, the word sad is crossed out.
That is true.
Next, we have a journal entry from you on page 89. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp.
That is correct. The whole book is love notes.
So this is dated August 15th, correct?
That is correct.
And here you write, quote, my love, why do we...
This is Johnny's Wise, you're right. Right here. Can you see it? This is how he does his. So it's two strokes. It's two strokes, and it crosses in the middle. It's not even close to the same thing. It's not even close to it either. That's lowercase.
We fight, ever. Why? I love you more than anything else. Are we that uncomfortable with being vulnerable? Were we scared? Or is it something else? I don't know. But I'm sure of one thing, and if it's that I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I will do better. I am sorry. X Slim. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
This McChicken, dude.
It's your testimony. This was a love journal.
That is correct. It was primarily love notes and
Apology notes from you to Mr. Depp.
The book was more of a love note book, and part of that communication, obviously, since we fought so much, it was important for me to, try to nurture as much peace as we possibly could. And when things were good, they were really good.
Is it live now? Is it live?
It was also an opportunity for you to apologize to Mr. Depp for your behavior, isn't it?
I think it's important in every relationship to apologize when you're trying to move past fights.
Nope, it's not.
Let's look at an entry from August 17, 2015, starting on page 90. Here you write, quote, I'm sorry I shook the wheels so hard. I'm sorry we've tested the shocks and brakes to this point. Goddamn, I love you, Donnie. I love you. I am tied to you forever. You know that? So I'm tasked with making this work for that reason and many others, of which there are many. Let me try to fix this. Let me try to patch this. Let me try to make your heart better.
At
You
35?
deserve it.
50 minutes.
Hell, maybe even I do. I need you. We need each other. You're my cornerstone, my heart, my all. You are my life. I hate it when we fight. I hate having you hurt. I hate that you're hurting. I love you more than anything. Let me prove it. I need you. I love you. Slim. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, another example of me trying to fix it. I was always trying to fix it.
Fix it by apologizing for your bad behavior?
I tried everything. I tried apologizing, I tried reading, I tried therapists, I tried everything to fix
But
it.
yet you couldn't change like you told Dr. Cowan, right?
I couldn't change my relationship.
No, nobody says that. Nobody talks like that.
Let's talk about December 15th, 2015 again.
Okay, if you want to say I can't change my relationship, nobody would say I can't change. Nobody would ever say that.
Erin Filati, your personal nurse, saw you 2 days after the incident on
That is
December
not how
15,
people talk.
2015. Isn't that right?
She did not see me as in a medical visit. She just dropped off meds in the late at night.
She saw you personally, though,
She
right?
physically saw me, but did not see me in a medical sense, the way a doctor might see a patient. She did not see me in that way.
She was your personal nurse, right?
She was a nurse assigned to me. I didn't hire her. Johnny did.
She was assigned to you, and so when she would see you, it would be physically in person in your home and traveling, correct?
She would sometimes see me as like a medical professional would, and then other times she would just drop off meds and physically see me, like as in with her eyes.
You testified that during the incident on December 15, 2015, Mr. Depp broke the
Not
bed,
live.
correct?
15 minutes.
That is correct.
And more specifically, you described that he broke the bed frame with his boot while trying to get purchase. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 509, which is already in evidence. If we could please have that published to the jury. Thank you. Mr. This is a picture that you indicated depicts the broken bed, right?
That's exactly it.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp caused this damage to the bed with his boot, right?
He did.
Is that a pocket knife on the bed there?
I cannot tell what's on the bed.
Did you use that to damage the bed?
I did not damage the bed. Johnny's boot did when he was punching me. I could feel him slipping.
Mr. You also testified that there was blood all over the pillows on the bed, correct?
On the pillow top, yes, that's correct.
But you didn't take a picture of that, though, did you?
I did not take a picture of this.
About a week after the December 15, 2015 incident, you went with Mr. Depp and his children to the island of the Bahamas. Is that correct? To celebrate Christmas?
The incident was on the 15th, and we went on the 23rd, I believe.
While you were there, you did a photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
A few days later, I think the photo shoot was about 2 weeks after this assault.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 99.
2 weeks.
This is a photograph of you on Mr. Depp's island shortly after December 15, 2015, correct?
No, this was taken weeks later.
On the island, on that trip,
It was taken on the island.
On that trip?
Yes,
weeks later.
weeks later.
December 15th, you traveled to the island December 23rd? That's your
It's
testimony?
my recollection that this picture was taken on New Year's Eve or the first day of the year. I think New Year's Eve.
And this is the photo shoot with Greg Williams?
Hey guys.
What is that? Woodworker attorney debunks Okay, Jesus Christ. Law and Lumber. Okay, guys, I don't think you can argue with somebody whose whole entire channel is called Law and Lumber. Okay, I'm not gonna watch a video. He wins. He's right, probably.
Correct.
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection?
All right, 99, we can publish.
That is incredibly
Please have
specific.
a zoom into Ms. Hurd's face. Thank you, Tom.
Last 10 seconds. You want me to watch it last 10 seconds? I'll watch it the last minute.
Hey guys. Welcome to Law and Lumber. That type of break is caused by this. Sharp knife leverage. And I'll tell you why that makes me very curious. This is why Amber Heard's testimony bothered me that day. Because what I saw was this type of damage, which is what's reflected on that particular bed. That damage is caused by a knife. Now, I'm not saying what this is. I'll leave that for the judge, the jury, and the trial attorneys to decide if they want to argue that point. But to me, I don't know. What do you guys think? Why don't you leave your answers in the comments below? Thank you very much for watching this video. If you wouldn't mind liking and subscribing, it really does mean a lot. This community has been fantastic to me.
Thank you, Law and Lumber.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 100.
I like it. It's cool. It's like the craziest cross, and it just applies to that
I'm going to
very
move to
specific
admit
thing.
and publish.
No objection.
All right, 100 in evidence, you can publish.
Ms. Hurd, this is another picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Yes, this is the same photo shoot that you asked me about earlier, and this is
Yeah, I'll link it.
several weeks later.
Right. If we could zoom in on Ms. Hurd's face.
Go to Dip's logs.
Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 101.
101, coming through. Michelle, blow that shit up.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
Can we just have the foundation first, please?
This is a picture from the photo shoot, Ms. Heard, that was taken on the island.
This is the same photo shoot, yes.
Then no objection, Your Honor.
All right, 101 in evidence can publish.
What am I looking at?
If we could please zoom in, excuse me, Tom, on Ms. Heard's face. It's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you were wearing makeup for this photo shoot?
That is correct. It's a photo shoot.
If we could please pull up Exhibit 102.
Where are the eyelashes? Her eyelashes are gone.
Ms. Heard, is this another picture from the photo shoot?
I can't exactly tell from the background. It looks like the same thing, but I can't really tell without it being zoomed out.
This is a picture of you, though, right?
It is a picture of me, yes.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
All right, any objection?
I'm not going to object because she identified herself. I just.
Juice or hairline?
When it was taken, that would help. But I'm not
Is-
going to object. I'm not
No,
gonna object.
no objection.
objection.
Okay, there we go. 102 in evidence. Can you publish?
How's that funny?
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 103.
What is that? What was that?
Ms. Heard, this is yet another picture of you from that Greg Williams photo shoot, correct?
That is correct. This is from the same shoot.
Yeah, we'll
I'm
be
going
back
to
in
move to
7
admit and
minutes.
publish.
No objection.
All right, 103 in evidence. Publish.
And again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face.
Cool pictures, man. I love photo shoots.
And finally, if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 104. And Ms. Heard, this is a picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Again, this is the same photo shoot weeks later.
I'm going to move to
Farm
admit
X.
and publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 104 in evidence. Thank you.
Cool, man.
Again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face.
Well, I mean, okay,
Thank you, Tom. You testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island in December of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And this all started because you perceived Mr. Depp as nodding off during the trip, right?
I thought he was passing out again in a similar fashion to what he had done the previous year.
And when he nodded off, he spilled wine on you, correct?
Yeah, 2-3 times in a row.
You testified that Mr. Depp's son, Jack, was there when this happened, right?
At the beginning, he was there.
He was there when Mr. Depp allegedly spilled wine on you 2 or 3 times, right?
He was there for that because he offered me help.
Right. You also testified that Mr. Depp then sexually assaulted you in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
You
not my-
testified that after this, you
5
needed
minutes.
to get away from him, right?
That is correct.
So you ran out of the house.
That's correct.
And you admit you threw something at him, right?
I did throw something at him to get away.
You sat in this courtroom when Tara Roberts testified,
away?
right, Ms. Heard?
I did.
She's Mr. Depp's manager on the island.
Yes, that's correct.
And you heard her testify that she witnessed an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in December of 2015, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was the gist of it. She kind of misrepresented it to seem like that. Yes.
She misrepresented it. How convenient.
That's correct.
Okay, and then you kept apologizing to Mr. Depp, right? That's what
No, that's
Ms.
not
Roberts said? Begging him to come back to the house with you.
That's not correct.
Clawing at him. She used those words.
That's not correct. When she interrupted us, Johnny had me by the hair.
Yelling at him.
We were screaming, both of us, but I don't know what she would have heard.
And that she observed an injury on Mr. Depp's nose from something that you threw at him, right?
I don't know what she observed.
You also heard Ms. Roberts testify that she included all this information in a sworn statement in the UK in May of 2020. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
You put in a witness statement in response to Ms. Roberts' statement in June of 2020. Isn't that correct? In the UK?
I did several, I think 7 witness statements, and each one contained different information as per recent filings. That's what counsel has you do in that.
And in response to
case.
previous filings, correct? Including testimony from people that contradict your story?
Sort of. So what you have to do is your counsel asks you to respond to things,
Slow
and
down.
you put it in a declaration of
I'm trying
sorts,
to catch
and
up.
that happens back and forth over the course of preparing to go to trial in that country, and that's what I did.
So that was your 5th witness statement submitted in the UK.
I don't recall which one I was asked to comment on Tara Roberts' testimony.
I'll remind you. If we could have Ms. Heard's 5th witness statement from the UK.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Four minutes, I know. Let me just fast forward this bullshit.
Correct, on the island?
I haven't read through the statement. I just don't know if I had commented on it before. In a previous witness statement, as I said, there were several.
3 minutes, chill out.
But starting on page 6, Ms. Heard, you describe the incident that took place on the island, correct?
That's correct, but what I'm trying to say is I'm not sure if I describe it in full in the statement.
Okay. I'm going to show you
Why not?
your confidential schedule to the 5th witness statement that accompanied the 5th witness statement in the UK. You describe Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in the Bahamas of December 2015, right?
That is correct.
And that's the first time you ever claimed that Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you in the Bahamas.
That is incorrect.
You only submitted the confidential schedule in the UK claiming Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you after Ms. Roberts had said that she saw you on the island chasing, clawing at Mr. Depp. Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
Wait a minute.
You could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 394.
It's back.
So, Your Honor, this is another recording I can represent to the court. This only contains Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's voices. I'm going to move to admit the entire recording. I'm only going to play from 1:17:44 through 1:20:02.
All right, any objection?
Which plaintiff exhibit, Your Honor?
394.
394.
Oh, we saw this, right?
Lay on you for falling asleep and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out.
No.
And that's trying.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Johnny.
That fucked him up, you know.
I'm sorry I fucked your son up.
No, it weirded him out. He'd never.
I'm so sorry I fucked your kids up.
He didn't fuck my kids up, but it was pretty fucking weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed because I wanted him. No, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm surprised he's. So you're going for the fence there. I'm sure that's terrifying.
I don't need your
No, right, poor kid.
your clever
It's not against me.
comebacks. No, you think you're controlling yourself.
Your character
You think you're controlling
Your
yourself.
characters become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm gonna walk away now because you're actually making me see even worse. And believing me, I'm not gonna be calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning after I have an Ambien and think I'm gonna just fucking forgive and move on. Trust me, it is gross.
Kinda weird.
Nothing, but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if things spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is, because that would be a special kind of fucking person. No doubt.
It's you and
Gaslighting
Mr. Depp in that recording,
Gertrude.
right?
That's correct.
And you're discussing what happened in the
Live.
Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
Boom.
No, that's not
Boom.
correct.
Boom. 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 Why lie? Why is you lying to me for no reason, man? I'm behind. Oh. So this is live, but yeah, we're going to the future. It is what it is.
Welcome back before the record here on the Law and Crime Trial.
I don't have many character syndrome. I'm the main character. I choose if we go forward or not.
Trial of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard is in a lunch break. Gene Rossi, a former federal prosecutor and Virginia lawyer, is here with me, and we are taking your questions. Linda Kenny Bodden is in New York, and Marie Pereira, a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor, is with us as well. So let's start out with some questions, guys. Gene, I'll throw this one to you. Okay. True Justice asks, this case is about the article only, the op-ed. Camille is no better than an ambulance-chasing lawyer. You cannot badger a witness and make snide comments trying to influence the jury. Case for a mistrial, is that valid?
No. If there was a mistrial every time an attorney was obnoxious, rude, or inconsiderate, then you'd have a lot of retrials in the United States of America. And on a scale of 1 to 10, 10's the worst, 5's average, Miss Vasquez is probably a 4. And it doesn't bother me. It may bother some people, but this is what you do on cross. You have to control the witness. It's not for people who are weak and timid. And Ms. Vasquez is doing the right thing by trying to rein in Amber Heard.
And this is really the nature of cross-examination. I want to add as well.
Yes.
This is how it works. This is how cross-examination.
Camille Lee is insane. She's really good.
You're not having tea.
Cross-examination is the greatest legal tool to get out the truth. It's a beautiful thing. But you can't cross that line into being obnoxious. And Camille Vasquez is far from crossing the line. She's doing a very good job.
Linda, your thoughts?
Camille.
Is that when she makes the comments, how convenient, which she's made a couple of times here, the attorney for Amber Heard then should be jumping up and saying, Your Honor, this is inappropriate, we'd ask it to stop. That's the only thing I think that is being allowed to happen, because I know if I try to make those comments in court, people be jumping up all over me and not letting me do it. You can't even say okay when an answer is given sometimes.
It's kind of hard to say because the end of Camille has a weird
so we're
fast
waiting.
at the end.
The court should be coming back from
So
lunch
it's
here any
Camille.
second now, any minute.
Camille.
So we just want to let you know. So stay tuned for that. We have another question. Marie, I'm going to send this one to you.
Camille.
And Lucas is asking, defamation lawsuits are especially hard to win. Is it too soon to calculate the odds for Johnny Depp? Marie, what do you think?
I think it's too soon to calculate the odds for Johnny Depp, because this testimony that is being elicited from Amber Heard is really showing that Amber is not the only one diminishing, omitting, and embellishing. They're both doing it. And I say this because there was an audio from 2016 where they were already divorced and they met somewhere to do some sort of damage control because things were going out of control. Now, in that audio, both of them put themselves in a situation where mutual abuse could be verified. Johnny says, I don't want this to go any further. She says, I know you don't, because they're making me out to look like a liar, and I have all the evidence. And he is saying, you know what, it'll be bad for you too, because we both were guilty in a way.
What?
Now, you know what? It's not over until all the evidence is produced.
All right. Yeah, it's not over till it's over, and we're still, it might not seem like that long of a time until it's over, but it's still a while. Closing arguments are next Friday, May 27th, so we still got some time. The pendulum can swing back and forth in these things.
I slimly agree, but I most disagree.
Gene, I'm going to give you this question from Stephanie Gowdy. It's a $5 question on YouTube. Amber said she submitted everything to her lawyers. Can her team bring out new pictures that her team has not seen?
Pointing at possible collateral damage isn't an admission of similar harm on both sides or similar things. It's just
to
not.
the other side. They can't.
I don't agree with it.
Blindside the other side, but they could on redirect try to bring in some photos. But if they weren't listed as exhibits, the judge may not let them in.
All right, and we want to let you know that the court, everybody's back in the courtroom except for the jury. There's a sidebar going on right now, so everybody is up at the bench, the attorneys and Judge Askarati. Let's go now, Gene. This is from C.Per, $5 question on YouTube. Why can't we hear anything when lawyers ask to approach the judge? Is that stuff that stays off the record, or?
The sidebars are where the rubber meets the road if you're an attorney. There's some things that happen in the sidebar that the public will not know, but it's pretty important. So those sidebars are sealed, if you will, from the jury.
I can't
they
donate
may eventually become public after this trial's over. But that's where legal
I'm in
arguments
Canada
are made,
now. Let me in Canada.
evidentiary arguments are made, and some very pointed arguments are made that attorneys don't usually make in front of a jury.
Right.
But they do in sidebar.
It can be a little more coarse up there,
Yes,
I think.
but,
a little more like, we're at the, bar hanging out. I'm not a big fan of sidebars unless the judge puts it on the record later. But speaking of something I am a fan of regarding sidebars, the Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. You guys, we love putting this together for you. We've been doing it for several weeks now, and it's available on Apple, Google, Spotify, and YouTube, wherever else you get your your podcast. It's a great listen. Jesse Weber and I work hard on this every day, and we try to bring you the very latest information. I put together something that I think is out right now, just came out in the last hour or so, on Amber Heard's direct from yesterday and then the beginning of the cross. So there's some goodies in there. You won't want to miss that. So check us out. Again, we are waiting for court to start over again. Oh my gosh, we have to start up again. This is from Twitch, Toto Rock, like Toto the band, I don't know. Hello, thank you for all the work you've done. I was wondering, what is the impact about Hollywood articles mentioning that Amber Heard became a figure of anti-domestic violence and link with current case? And this is from France. This is Toto Rock is from France, so thanks, Toto Rock. Jean, I guess I'll send that question to you.
Could you repeat that question?
Okay, yeah, sorry, I was a little all over the place. I was wondering, what is the impact of Hollywood articles mentioning that Amber Heard became a figure of anti-domestic violence and link with current case? So there's a language difference there. So
okay. Well, the articles, the Hollywood articles saying that she was an anti-domestic abuse champion going to be introduced at trial, maybe not, but she's already described that, and her op-ed basically speaks for itself that at some point in 2018, she wore a mantle of someone who was against domestic violence. So that's very important for the jury. It may come out in the next couple of days, the articles themselves, but maybe in closing referred to.
I think Camille Vasquez might have brought them up, like when we were kind of getting out here for lunch.
Well, do I get the chance?
I think
I get
maybe
to put the
one of
message
them
after,
came
right?
up, and it was stuff talking
It
about
just bought it.
Amber Heard, these articles, and about Johnny Depp being a victim of domestic violence. All right, Aaliyah Henderson Carter.
It just sent the message, dude. It just sent it. It didn't let me modify it. So dumb. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't see it. Shut up.
La seguridad, sorry.
Shush. Oh, I sent a sticker. I'm not signing up. I'm not signing up. Shut up.
All right, thank you. You can be seated. All right, your next question.
We're breaking all the rules today.
Tom, may I please have you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A?
881A.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A. This is one of the articles containing the counterclaim statements by Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the article yet.
881A.
Why don't we go to page 8 of this article?
Oh my God.
Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp.
Well,
Do you see
fine.
that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the statements that you allege are defamatory? It's defamatory?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B? And if we could go to page 10 and 11.
Show me, please. What's up with the buzzing?
In Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B, Depp's lawyer Adam Waldman said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told thedailymail.com. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911.
We heard about this yesterday.
But even this didn't have... Oh, apologize. You're fine. Okay.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, Dud. Guys, what's up with the buzzing? You guys hear the buzzing, right? Oh, there you go. Good job, well done. Thanks, Addy. Okay, now what? Yeah, they kind of spoke about this thing yesterday, so I don't know why they're going back to it, but I guess there's a reason for it. We'll see how it goes. Unless, Chad, that was during direct. Was that during direct or during Juicer? Do not get it twisted. Interesting. Doesn't know the word equals juicer? Well, I think it's a juicer. Depends what kind of how to use it. Is that really a bad thing? I don't think it's a bad thing. A juicer is something that has energy. It has presence. A juicer is something that goes. It does. A juicer just, it doesn't need to think. It just is and does. It's active. It's an active part of whatever you're talking about. It goes in the sentence or not. It is both at the same time. You understand? Whatever. Is it live? Because we could probably do one by one until he catches up. It's very quiet, and the stream is never this quiet. I'm gonna put some music if you want. There's a song that I really like it. After yesterday, you guys remember what it is? I don't remember. It's a weird song. I don't. Do we have the link to it? The end. What is this it? I don't know if that's one or not.
Okay, and if we can please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881C.
Show me.
And go to page 11.
Emma's gonna win this. Even if she wins this, I don't think it matters that much.
This is another article, Ms. Heard, where you argue that Mr. Waldman's statements are defamatory, correct?
I don't know if this is taken from that article because I can't see the article in full.
It's page 11 of the article. And the statement reads,
Statement reads. The statement reads. The buzzing is back and it's now hardcore. I guess it's like a whole, now it's like a whole nest. It's nesting.
We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Mr. Depp. Is that correct? Is that one of the what you claim is one of the defamatory statements sent by Mr. Waldman?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Heard, you're not aware of any career opportunities that you lost as a result of Mr. Waldman's statements, are you?
Well, it's kind of hard to point to the jobs you're not offered,
Right.
to the gigs you don't get.
You were not replaced in Aquaman 2, were you?
They released me from my contract, and I fought to stay in it, and they kept me in it. I just don't know how much I'm in, actually, of the final cut.
And you testified yesterday that
final cut.
L'Oreal actually extended your contract in April of 2020. Is that correct?
In part, they extended it and held me.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal extended your contract again in November of 2021, correct?
Not exactly. They extended it because they couldn't use me or any of the materials for me.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday how Mr. Waldman's statements, quote, torture you every day. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And then, and that you look at them every day.
I look at the online attacks, the media. You can't avoid it, to be honest, that those statements are often attached to.
Yeah.
I don't look at his statements every day.
Okay.
And you testified that you just want to move on with your life, right?
I do very much want to move on with my life.
But you've gone out of your way to engage with Mr. Waldman on social media, haven't you?
I have made a comment, I believe, once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1266.
Uh-oh.
It's right there. Your microphone. Yeah. Your microphone.
I don't have this yet, so I'm asking for it to
right
be
there.
given to me
Okay.
before.
It's a photograph.
I think it's just a.
This is your tweet, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
I don't check the relevance.
What is it?
The objection, I'm sorry, what's the objection?
I'm sorry, relevance?
All right, I'll overrule the objection. 881C in evidence.
It's fine.
Is that right?
Can we please have it published to the jury?
What was it?
It's a tweet.
I'm sorry, 1266. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Wildman, I may be wearing makeup.
This is
on
from
occasion-
March 26, 2021, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And this is after he made the statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Heard?
21, yes.
Ms. Heard, you tweeted at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I read that right?
Yes.
We can
Okay.
put this down. Thank you. Ms. Heard, since your relationship with Mr. Depp ended, you have completed your level 3 sommelier training, haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet. I
You're
just
on level
stopped.
2.
No, I'm on level 3.
My man kind of got boiled up, but to
You
be
also
honest.
have had a baby, right?
I have.
And you enjoy being a mother?
More than anything.
You still love to cook?
I do.
And you love to hike?
Actually charred.
Taking a break on hiking for a minute.
You have friends, right?
I do have friends.
And you spend time with those friends?
Occasionally, when I can.
And you exercise regularly?
Every day.
You just filmed a movie in March of 2022, isn't that right?
Yes, the one I just shot in Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
And you have, you had a major role in a major film that's scheduled to be released soon. Is that correct? Aquaman 2?
As I said, I don't know if I will even be in the final cut or how much I will be. It was difficult to stay in the movie.
How much? If she's the main character, wouldn't she be in it?
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and that included swinging wherever I could. If it meant I could get away, absolutely. If it meant a difference between a sore face and a broken nose, you bet I would. You
That's
bet.
your testimony under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck. You know, I might be the first person to have been the first one to slap, which happened in Australia, you know, and he was choking me. But I wouldn't say I was the initial aggressor in that situation.
You got physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
I had to defend myself as best I could. Didn't seem to make much of a difference.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Heard?
I tried to defend myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 356? And, Your Honor, portions of the exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire
356?
recording.
All right.
And I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's. And I intend to play from 1:29:27 to 1:30:07.
So I have 356A in evidence. Is any objection to the entire 356 coming into evidence?
If I may, hold
Okay,
on just for
sure.
a moment, Your Honor. I have to check on something. Which one? Which one is the one that has?
Speak louder, I want to hear it.
Excerpt for now, and we'll double check our notes on that, because there was one that had something in that we couldn't go, and I just can't find my notes on that
We'll
right
just call it 356B for now.
That's fine.
and
Thank you,
then-
Your Honor.
Could you just give me the times again?
Yes, of course. 1:29:27 to 1:30:07.
All right, and I'm just told that we already have a B, so you have to do 356C.
Okay.
40-second clip.
Thank
Okay,
you,
let's
Your
see it.
Honor.
This better be good.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I win, unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to, and me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Ms. Heard, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I can't promise you that I won't get physical," end quote. Correct?
That's correct. He was accusing me of instigating something in a situation I explained yesterday.
And you also told Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from Australia? That you get so mad you lose it?
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified to, but I never had that conversation with Ben King.
What?
If we could please
In the
play.
meantime, I'm sorry. I checked, and I have no objection to the entirety of 356 coming
So
in.
356 in its entirety will be in evidence. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please play from what's now been admitted.
This is not the fourth time
in its
she says somebody's
entirety
lying?
from 7:05 to 7:43.
This is the fourth time she says in 2 days that everybody's lying on stand, on under oath. Everybody's lying.
Fucking altercation with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me
At
last
least-
night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that. It's about that. It's
Well,
not.
well, on a plane I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking
I
participate.
pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved. And that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you
What
don't
the
actually do it
fuck?
respectfully. You don't.
She's justifying physical harm because he
Sir,
escapes
does
a
that
verbal
mean Mr.
argument.
Depp on this recording?
Yes, it is.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343? And I believe that one's been admitted already into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And just for the record, we're playing from 24601 to 24720.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in the
it out.
face. And you said, no, fucking, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
I didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
fist.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up, Johnny.
Says you.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
That's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
That is
You
damning.
said you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I had to hit his body to get
Ms.
him out
Hurd,
of the door.
my question was, you said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I did.
And you accused him of being a baby for not wanting to be in a physical fight with you, right?
Incorrect. I accused him of being a baby for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 368? And again, Your Honor, this is a recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd. I'm going to move for the entire exhibit to be moved into evidence.
All right, any
No,
objection to
Bachelor,
368?
50 buckets of paint, much of man.
I don't think so, no, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. 368 in evidence in its entirety.
It's a shitty law. Anyway.
I mean, she's actually ill, though. I mean, it's, I don't know.
Open the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. After a few times I opened. And, you know, you just kept going. You just kept going, kept going. I tried to close the door 3 times.
My fault, no.
You know, please, just don't, you know, and then, wait, and then.
Nope.
Then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. And I didn't mean to do that. And I bent down, and you either pushed or you kicked. I think you kicked the door open. I mean, the door, yeah, more open, so that it would hit me. And it hit me.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know
It
that.
hit me in the fucking head.
But I did not mean to do that. I don't know what you're
I
talking
was
about.
bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear that I don't even. That did not. That was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes. I reacted, but this whole the door thing. I remember. I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay.
But
So let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said. I mean, I might have said like, "What the fuck," you know, whatever, because I just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
What? That is not how that. The door thing.
I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I didn't
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no. I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to.
Response to what?
My foot. I just reacted, and I'm sorry. It's below me.
Your foot? That was why you punched me.
Yeah. But But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I.
What?
Again, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that
Incorrect.
right, Ms. Heard?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. Doesn't he?
I don't know if he said that, and I didn't hear that.
And
one
Mr.
detail.
Depp said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head, didn't you?
No, I didn't. And I
then you punched him in the
defended
jaw.
myself in that audio. You can hear it.
Defended?
Right. And then you punched him in the jaw.
I also did not do that. I tried to make that clear on the audio tape too,
So-
in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, you meant to punch me in the jaw, right?
Are you asking me what he said on the
Yeah.
on the recording? Yes, he said that.
And then you respond, I meant to hit you, didn't you?
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to get him off the door.
What?
You said, I remember, I did mean to hit you.
Meaning the door. The door
This
was on my
doesn't
feet.
add up.
I
heard
reacted
this.
instinctively to that.
Yeah, you've heard this audio before, haven't you, Miss Heard?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed in 2016 in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
That's one of the times I've heard it, yes.
Okay. So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time. Can we please pull up what will be marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1261?
In any case.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh.
All right. Oh, if you want to come?
Okay. I wish they asked more questions about it because they backtracked. So she does something and she says she's doing something. It doesn't make sense. From what I understand, right? From what I understand, door, right? Door, like this, right? And then Mr. J's here, right? And she's here, right? And then he's trying to hide inside of the bathroom. This is the bathroom. Okay, guys, this is an invisible wall, okay? You guys see it or not? So then, she tries to bust in, she tries to get in, and he's trying to hide, right? And then her toe stubs. And then he goes like, oh, well, what the fuck? What the fuck? Because he thinks he hurts her, right? Right? And then in response to that, she kicks the door in his face and smokes him, then opens it, then she punches him. But in the question, she says that, oh yeah, I punched him in response to the toe. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? It doesn't. The door open in the words? Oh, you're right.
I'm going to read it into the record.
Oh, she was pulling it.
I will.
Oh.
So, Your Honor, for reference, and I will provide a copy
I'm right.
of the deposition, Ms. Heard's deposition in the divorce. It's page 372, lines starting at line 5 through 377, line 12.
All right.
She's pushing.
Okay, I have a copy of the position.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Guys,
Thank you.
in any capacity, she's the one trying
Your
to
Honor,
go.
with permission, may we please
done.
play?
If we just get to that page, make sure everybody's at the. Oh, could you say the page number again,
Yes,
please?
absolutely.
In any capacity, she's trying to breach the door.
Page 372, lines 5 to 377, line 1 is what I have.
12, line 12.
All right, 372.
If we could have a moment, Your Honor, to read it before it's played.
She's trying to be violent, hurts herself by doing so, then responds with 2 more acts of violence back to back because of her own her own actions. That's so dumb. Don't you fucking dare, dude.
To read it before. Let's play.
By the way, I will never lag. It will always be the broadcast. Sorry, I don't want to be rude. It's how it is. Or YouTube. I don't lag. I do not lag. Guys, I do not lag.
To read it before. Let's play.
You're lagging as well? You're watching as you're lagging? I'm also lagging. I'm only it's lagging.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we can please have it published to the jury in the gallery.
All right.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh. Would you listen to this, please? This is punching.
I'm gonna play it on their Twitch thing. Guys, it's not me. I promise.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we can please have it published to the jury in the gallery.
All right.
Sunny Man, can you link their broadcast?
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh. Would you listen to this,
No,
please?
Addy, it's YouTube. YouTube. See? Look, the numbers are all fucked up. YouTube is crashing. YouTube just sucks balls.
Your Honor? Maybe we stop that for
Shh, sorry, shh. Sorry, shh. I'll stop talking.
Take it off the
Yeah, Twitch is crashing and YouTube. But mostly YouTube. Damn, she aged. Holy shit.
And they can do they can do it through reading the deposition, Your Honor. They don't need to do that.
In 6 years?
I asked them to take it off the screen.
Could you take it off the screen?
It happens? Yeah, I get it. Alcohol plays a decent role in that for sure.
Okay.
All the wine? Are you kidding me?
That's fine.
Thank you.
I have no objection.
Can we
to that.
please start it over?
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh. Would you listen to this, please? This is punching. It's one of the ones that says punching. Let's keep on. There's the desk.
things I put in order. Get more over. So
No, I didn't mean to. I did not do that. But I did not mean to do that.
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear to God. I mean, that was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
Okay. So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I
Okay.
don't. When you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Q that we
Q.
just played.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted, but this whole the door thing. I never did that. That was on purpose. I was on an accident.
Stop eating, man.
Let's say that was an accident.
Oh my god.
I don't even know if I said, I might have said, like, what the fuck, you know, whatever. I just been in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you played the clock.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
Exactly what I just told her.
And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
For that, you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no. I
But punching me in the jaw.
okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents that what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched it, always referred to it in these ways of punching or clogged or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him. I never even addressed it. If he was ever pushed, it was a cold. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true?
You're smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Ms. Heard?
Not smiling because of the audio. I'm smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
I was sitting opposite a whole table full of lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
Is there something amusing about kicking a door into your husband's head?
No, I was rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time in recounting the story.
Is there something amusing to you about punching your husband in the jaw?
That is not what I was smiling about, and no, I do not think it's amusing.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, your exact words were, quote, "I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life, and he won't let me." Do you remember that?
Uh-oh.
Yes, that is correct.
That's major cappuccino.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Heard?
It is very true.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you? From Mr. Depp.
I'm here, aren't I?
In fact, on October 11th, 2018,
That's not how that works.
you actually commenced an arbitration action against Mr. Depp for defamation, didn't you?
I don't recall that, no.
Your Honor, may I approach? May we approach?
Oh, she's doing one line of questioning, and then she's saying, I don't recall when she does or whatever? What's gonna happen here? Chad, is she allowed to continue a line of questioning that is past a event if she says that the event she doesn't recall and she doesn't know it exists? Is she allowed to continue asking questions about it?
Pull out
past it?
plaintiff's exhibit 219.
She is, okay.
And Ms. Heard, if you could please read to yourself the first page of exhibit 219.
All right.
Come on, Michelle, come on. We're waiting to blow shit up. Oh, it's not self-published, you're right, sorry.
And if you can also read to yourself the second page of exhibit 219.
Oh, today it's Tom? Oh, man. How about Michelle?
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, Tom. Again, Ms. Heard, just to look at that page.
Yeah, I agree. Tom is pretty good. Yeah, Tom does a pretty good job at scrolling and whatnot. He's pretty good at it.
And then scroll down to the next page, please.
Yeah, he has a good vibe of where they're trying to go with the document and follow through with the scrolling. He's a scrolling.
On the next page.
Sullivan. Oh, it's her paralegal. Is it? Do you get paid a lot as a paralegal who does the scrolling for high cases like this or not?
Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. Heard, that you did, in fact, in October of 2018, 2 months before you published the op-ed in this case, that's the subject of this case, you initiated an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation?
It's not my understanding I initiated an arbitration. It's my understanding that our lawyers sent a letter to his lawyers after he called me a liar again, effectively, in an interview.
And that's 2 months before your op-ed that was published in December of 2018, right?
That is correct.
And that's 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So you fired the first shot, not Mr. Depp.
I disagree. We sent a letter.
Thank you.
That's essentially what that means.
Ms. Heard, isn't it true that you once filled out a customs form falsely so that you could get...
May we approach?
Okay.
Oh, wow. Impressive. Elizabeth, if the tables were turned and it was Amber's lawyers, they would have finished a sentence even though the objection was made to try to sneak in this information. And even though the objection would have been sustained, the jury would have still been affected by it, which is one of their main strategies. I'm not even being biased. That's what they do. It's their bread and butter. They've been doing it over and over again. I like this guy's eyebrows. I think they're pretty good. It's like a permanent surprise angry. It's like him. No? But I can't do it without like actually forcing my eyes. I'm trying to do it, but without my eyes being squinched. It's hard, man. What is that? What is this remix? Oh, hell nah. What? Top right to sleeper. Oh yeah, this guy is kind of slumped, you're not wrong. Holy. Do you get paid a lot as a paralegal? Who does this? Do you get paid a lot as a paralegal? Look, the hoodie text on. So as my brother and his GF got it for me. I came here with no clothes, so they went to shopping for me.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that when you left the courthouse after obtaining the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, you walked out to, quote, a sea of paparazzi and cameras, right?
That's correct.
You testified that you were surprised to see the sea of cameras.
That's correct.
Because it was quiet when you went into the courthouse that morning.
And the divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to stay that way, right?
No, I always figured it would come out. I just was trying to buy time.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Heard?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately, so you could just hope it was a matter of time.
Yeah,
you knew
but
they were going to be there, didn't you?
Nah.
No, I did not.
No shot as a
And
coincidence.
I assume since it's a public building that there's that
Absolutely
likelihood, or not
no
likelihood,
shot.
but possibility.
Nope.
But I was, I was shocked.
Just stop.
Your publicist, Jody Gottlieb, was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, well, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time, but they did.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280, which is a clip from your divorce deposition. And you have at page, if I can alert you, you have the transcript there, page 74, lines 22.
You said
through
874?
74.
74.
Line 22 through 75, line 13.
I'm sorry, just 72 lines.
74, line 22 through 75, line 13.
Es bueno. In between the filing, which was done privately.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay. The reason why I'm so adamant about this, and I know this is just manipulated with or just fake, because she files, and who knows how much time happened? Who knows how much time it is between the filing and her going to court, right? It all stays private. All of it is private. Private. Nobody knows about anything, and it just so happens, but by the time that she gets out of the house, goes to the courthouse, and does a thing, right? That people now know and are also at the courthouse ready to catch her. In that amount of time, from all that time, it's all private. That small amount of time, she goes to the courthouse, Everybody knows and show up. No shot. Fuck off. No shot. Just no shot. And it so happens that she has no. It just so happens that she has no makeup or whatever. When she admittedly said that not only her face wash has a foundation in it, but 2, she never walks in LA without makeup on. That's just cap. That's cappuccino. That's Kepa Ross. That's Keparoni. That's Kepa Loss, Kepa Floss. That's Kepa Moss. The whole thing.
If we could please play and display to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280.
1280?
Is responsible.
Ms. Heard, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, "I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him"?
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry, and I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry from me so that he finds
what?
out about
That's
the
impossible.
divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't know
TMZ
how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ
Did they pay
owns.
you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. That's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that. And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way.
But she did.
For years.
Not
and
when you
years.
were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way.
Right.
What extortion?
Tassa Van Reeves, your ex-wife,
She's getting
right?
mauled.
That's right. She's my ex-partner.
She's the one that you told this jury Mr. Depp was jealous of, right?
Yeah, well, that was 2013 fights around March, yes.
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
That's correct.
You testified he tried to burn one of your favorite paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Reed during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And people saw that.
That's not true.
And it was covered in the press. Isn't that true?
It was planted in the press by Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO. Not
Can
coincidentally.
you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1279?
Planted, fake, edited, but her pictures? Nah, dude.
Your Honor, may we approach?
It's a glitch. It's the light. It's a problem with the camera. The sun was feeling shy that day. The lighting on my camera was bugged. Interference with 5G. Jesus, man. Interesting. Like my excuses? Shut up, idiot. I'm not even bald. I'm not balding. Literally, I'm literally not balding.
If you could please have that article displayed for the witness. This is an article from 2 years ago, correct, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this
May
was.
of 2020.
That's not when it came out, no. This story started getting planted after I got a TRO, after I got a restraining order against Johnny.
The headline says Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Objection, Your Honor. I think Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
If you want to approach again.
She can't say that? Well, why the fuck not? I'm on Tim Camilli. Go, Camilli, go.
The title reads, Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend at the airport. Doesn't it?
Yes, and that's not true.
May we approach?
Okay.
Dude, I just think it's crazy that she claims so many things are true, fake. People are lying under oath. She's saying that everybody's lying. The doctors, the guards, the whatever. Like, is she just that unlikable that people will be skewed against her? Like, there's either she's lying or she's so unbearable in real life that people are just skewed to fuck over in court, which is unlikely. Or both.
So the article, the title is Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend.
She's already.
No, overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. If I may start over. Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend Tassa Van Ree at the airport in 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
So Mr. Depp is not the only domestic partner you've assaulted, is he, Ms. Heard?
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Wait,
All right.
wait, what?
Examination.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, redirect.
Ms. Heard, did Ms. Van Ray come out after that article came in and make a public statement it was false?
Of course she did.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, I should be at least be.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Of course she did.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ was alerted.
So when you make these kind of filings, meaning divorce, marriage, things like that, they are public record. And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack
She
of
said they
papers
missed
and
it.
file it at the end of day, so kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of
She said they missed
publicity
it.
outlets. I believe that we had been remarkably lucky following the divorce that it wasn't picked up and that it gave me a precious few days of peace at that really fragile time. When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not do this in a punitive way. I didn't want him to be mad at me. I didn't want him to find out in that sort of context online.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I do know. Johnny
Your
and I
Honor.
spoke about
Your
it.
Honor, calls for
Sustain
speculation.
the objection.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about who had connections with TMZ?
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Okay. Now, I'm going to start at the very beginning here. You were asked by Ms.
What?
Vasquez about why Mr. Depp won't or can't look you in the eye. And she read out, or she played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again." Do you recall that?
I do.
And that was during the mediation process in July,
Good one,
correct?
dude.
That was
Objection leading.
the first one.
Sustained
Okay.
is the leading.
When was this?
That was in July of 2016.
What was
That was
that?
the first mediation. And we had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive."
You're kidding, right? You're kidding, right?
Read out, or she played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again." Do you recall that?
Everybody's
I did.
lagging, everybody's
And
lagging.
that was during the mediation process in July, correct?
That was
Objection leading.
first one. Sustained
Okay.
as leading.
When was this?
That was in July 2016. That was the first mediation. And we had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive." I'm sorry?
Yeah, it's them. Confirmed.
Do you recognize?
Now we're good. Now we're synced up. Okay, well, I mean, this is broken. Oh no, I did the broadcast.
When was this?
That was in July of 2016. That was the first mediation. We had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you."
10 to 10 when it's fixed.
Could you tell the jury what the coaster was that he slipped into your pocket, what it said?
He said, "I love you forever, my Slim, dead or alive."
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
And to be, just so we're clear, on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
Okay. And when Ms. Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
Because he's guilty. Because he knows he's lying.
What?
Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Thank you. You were asked about a bruise
What
that
was
on
that?
your arm from March 15, 2013. Do you recall how long before the picture you had sustained that bruise?
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
You were asked a number of times by Ms. Vasquez if you took pictures from your incidents earlier in the relationship.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen. I mean, not until December and my best friend taking pictures of me to capture it did that wasn't even a thing.
It has been suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions that you didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's
Leading
not offered to.
and hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior consistent statements.
It's
They've
leading,
raised
it's
it.
sustained. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That's fine.
Okay. Dude. It's kind of crazy. First question, she goes in this big mall, but whatever, all of it, and she just snaps, and it's like you're in a car, and she just clutches, and then it's back to, how the fuck? How the fuck even do that? She's just clutched up, man. Oh, that's not the clutch? Oh yeah, the clutch is on the foot. Well, my car doesn't have a clutch. It's automatic. You know what I mean, though? It should change these gears. The cars? Oh yeah, because you know I have 3 race cars. Boom. All automatic, but you can put them in manual though. It's not Semi's car. Yeah, I'm gonna start banning people trying to say Semi's car. It's show us your phone.
Ms. Heard, how many people have you shared the fact of abuse prior to 2015?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
How
Calls for
many?
hearsay.
How many?
Overruled now.
Roughly about 10.
Can you name them?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she can, it's not offered, it's just to show that she informed people before. They're suggesting.
Objection,
she
Your
didn't
Honor.
tell
Can we
anybody.
approach? This is, again, inappropriate.
Damn, I like that. I like that she mutes her mic instead of spamming. I like that. It's highly inappropriate. I agree also. Camille is right.
Roughly about 10? Can you name them?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she can, it's not offered, it's just to show that she informed people before. They're
Objection,
suggesting.
Your Honor. Can we approach? This is, again, inappropriate.
This is inappropriate. Yeah, guys, I think it's one of the more adult things that goes the hardest of a statement. That something is inappropriate. Because I think you can say something is weird. There's a bunch of adjectives or words you could use. Which is something is inappropriate. I think it's like it's a role. That's inappropriate.
You were asked whether you had consulted a medical
Now it's
doctor
gonna sink now.
about any problems with your nose, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you in fact had after the divorce,
Objection, leading.
Did you or did you not consult an ENT after the divorce?
Objection, leading.
Did you produce medical records to the defendants relating to this?
Objection, leading.
All right,
Calls.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Leading. Next
And
question.
Your Honor, if we could,
let's,
the
if
witness could be instructed not to answer until I've
All right.
lodged my objection.
Wait for the objection, please.
Could we bring
See, I
up
told you they're cheating.
Defendant's
Told you.
Exhibit 1077?
Holy. Dude,
Do you recognize this document?
smoking.
My screen is black.
Oh, sorry. Wait.
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
That's the what my ENT, the ears, nose, and throat doctor, told me was
Objection, Your Honor.
the
Hearsay.
damage.
All right, when there's objection, please stop talking. Thank you. All right, I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
Okay. What, if any, you were asked if you had, it was suggested that you had not produced this in discovery. Is that true or false?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, she absolutely
So
did that.
it's leading. It is leading question now. I'll sustain the objection as to leading.
Damn.
What, if anything, did you do to produce medical records to the defendant, to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices, and they had Johnny's team had a third party or someone they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices, which I handed over.
Do you know how many were handed over?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe. Maybe.
Objection,
many
Your
more.
Honor. Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Oh my God,
And
dude.
what, if anything, did you produce to the plaintiff in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist relating to your nose?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What, I said, what, if
Foundation,
anything, Your Honor?
hearsay.
What if anything is not the cure-all? Please sustain.
When did you see an ENT specialist?
2017 or 2016 or 17.
And as a result of that consultation, what did you learn about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm not asking her to tell what they said.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
This feels like when you duel a Rogan. Wow,
What, if
dude.
any, production did you make to the plaintiffs of your medical records with the ENT?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
If you want to lay a foundation.
Do you know whether the records, medical records from your EMT were produced in discovery in this
Objection,
case?
Your Honor, lack of foundation calls for speculation.
I'm asking.
Overruled if she knows.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, she knows it.
And do you recall? I'm trying.
I'm trying
What,
not to break the rules.
if anything, did the medical records reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
She's trying so hard.
Do you have injuries to your nose?
Yes.
Please describe those to the jury.
I have
I'm going to
a bunch of scar tissue.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation
Overruled.
and improper expert opinion.
Well,
She can certainly testify.
That's.
we'll see where it goes. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, difficulty do you have breathing?
Objection, leading.
That's why you go to
What,
a
if
doctor.
anything? And that does cure on
No,
it.
it doesn't. But I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Do you remember the question?
I have a significant amount of trouble breathing at night, and I've been putting off having surgery for it.
Which can happen if you do cocaine. Oh, sorry.
Now, you were asked about December 15, 2015, and Ms. Vasquez suggested that you did not report the abuse or the injuries to Aaron Falati. Do you recall that
Objection,
question?
Your Honor, leading.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez asked.
The objection is leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Hey!
Did you report, what, if anything, did you report to Aaron Falati about the abuse you sustained on 12/15/2015?
Objection, leading and hearsay.
Now we're synced up. Guys, it's almost like if you want to present what happened to your nose and what are the consequences your nose suffered, it's almost like you have to go get treated to a doctor. And it's almost like if you don't go to a doctor, therefore can't produce a medical record, it's because your nose wasn't injured in the first place. It's almost like the nose wasn't injured. Holy fuck, how hard can that be to just... Hey, dude, how hard? This is just a logical conclusion. Christ, man. Otherwise, this makes no sense. You can't talk about this. It's like if I said, yeah, guys, I have dislocated arm with 2 missing ligaments, damage to my bicep, and irreparable damage to my inner bone. Oh, how do you know? Well, I mean, my arm hurts after I got punched by somebody in the street. It just kind of hurts. I can feel it. Who the fuck are you to say that? What the fuck do you know? Yeah, I get it. Your symptom is pain here. Okay, yeah, maybe you could say that. But it's why you get a medical professional to make a report and produce the record into the discovery, and then you present that as evidence. Sometimes you can't do it, dude. This is her? Holy shit. Leading hearsay lack of foundation. Holy shit. Oh, Jesus. Is speculation true? What was the other one? What was the one? Something expert opinion? Improper expert opinion. I'm gonna keep that in my back pocket. I'm gonna keep that on my back pocket. Improper expert opinion. Relevancy. Unresponsive. What else we got? What else we got? What else we got? Calls for hearsay. Foundation. Compound. Okay, what else? Leading. Calls for ma. True. Calls for ma is very, very known in the realm of law. Calls for ma. Oh, what's ma? Oh, I got you, dude. My balls. No. Asked and answered. True. What else we got? Yeah, I'm starting to get a good gist of this. I'm pretty sure I could defend myself in law, in a court. If I get caught doing dumb shit, I'm gonna just self-represent. Relevance. Isn't it kind of the biggest diss though? If you have to go to court for something, you're not a lawyer, you have no background in law, you show up on your own with no lawyer, and you smoke. That's kind of Giga Chad. That's definitely Giga Chad. That's hyper Chad. Scope, yes, scope. Oh wow, that badge though, holy, so brilliant. Man, he's got some ice on that for sure. That piece has got some ice. You have to test that. Factory new. Actually an ice style badge, deadass. Maybe my co-counsel? Oh fuck no. Co-counsel, dude. You go in there, did you brawl it solo? Are you allowed as a member of the bar to represent yourself in a case or whatnot? Yes, cool. Sounds fun. GTRP lawyer. Nah, that'd be boring because the judges are dog shit. Why would you want to play a lawyer in RP if the lawyers are dog shit?
Did you tell Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries you sustained from the 12/15/2015 attack?
I did. I believe I sent her pictures too.
Okay.
You're on Pluto.
And did you text with Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries that you had suffered as a result of Mr. Depp's attack on you on 12/15?
Yes, she guided me through a concussion check.
Through the phone. Through Zoom.
And did you tell Connell Cowan about the injuries you sustained?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's prior consistent statements.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. Next question.
Do you recall Dr. Laurel Anderson testifying that she saw two black eyes
Objection,
on
Your Honor.
12/17?
Leading.
Sustain as to leading. Okay.
What, if anything, do you recall from Laurel Anderson's testimony in this case about what she observed on 12/17/2015?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
It's prior consistent statement.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
It's observations for
I'm
the
gonna-
12/17.
Don't argue with the judge.
Sustain the objection.
She's arguing with the judge.
May I approach?
Okay.
Oh. Ooh, dude, she's getting on her nerves. She is not happy. I mean, she's getting absolutely dismantled, but on top of that, she's getting mad at the fucking judge ruling. Like, dude, well, this lady is, dude. Literally no pixel lawyer, deadass. Alibaba lawyer.
When in December did you see Dr. Laurel Anderson?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
I saw her 2 days after the attack.
So on what day did you see her then?
That would have been the 17th of December, 2016, and I told her what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
No, sustain the objection.
And when did you see Dr. Connell Cowan?
I saw him the next day, December 16th is my best recollection.
Let's jump to East Asia for a moment. And we saw a number of pictures from the backless dress. What, if any, motivation would you have to claim that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back, knowing you had a backless dress?
Spamming.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
I think I can bring
calls
that
for
out.
speculation.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Why did you say that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back in East Asia?
In the closet of the hotel room in Tokyo.
He's like, let her
I
get
said
that.
that because it happened to me. And it would have been much more convenient if I was picking it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked a press line and got photographed.
She said, this is dog shit, just let her have it.
Now, we've heard testimony about Mr. Depp making a total of $65 million in 2015 and 2016 from his experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why did
leading?
I haven't asked the
Hearsay.
question.
Scope.
Why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor. Leading.
I said, why did you not ask?
Irrelevant.
I'll sustain the
explanation.
objection. Sustain the objection to leading. Next question.
Why, can I just ask, why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Because I didn't want
Asked and answered. Relevance.
Oh, overruled. Good.
Because I didn't want it. I realized that that's what I was entitled
It is
to.
as
but I
answered.
didn't want
It is.
That's
It
not-
is, though. Oh, unless it's by segment.
The tape recording that was played that has you laughing quite a bit, can you tell the jury what the context of that particular tape recording was?
I don't really recall a whole lot about what was going on. I know we had been fighting kind of ad nauseum and in this sort of loop, if you will, and I'm doing my best to not show my pain. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to be tough, not show what kind of pain I was in.
Now, Ms. Vasquez asked you about how you got your role in Aquaman. Could you please describe to the jury how you got your role in
Yes.
Aquaman?
I auditioned, not Johnny. I auditioned. I worked really hard, and I went to where we were filming the first movie, Justice League. I went, I think, 5.5 months early before filming commenced, when I heard that they wanted to fire me, and so I put myself in the job in the
Objection,
gym.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustain.
Keep it away.
I worked really
what they
hard.
said.
I worked really hard on that and had to prove myself.
Chaperone.
And I did that for, even though I was only filming for 6 days, I was there for 6 months. Just worked my butt off. That's why.
What, if any, role did
How?
Mr. Depp play in your getting
What?
Aquaman?
He tried to have me fired from it.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
All right, I'll sustain his speculation.
How do you know that he tried to have you fired?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and hearsay and lack of foundation.
I'm trying to lay a foundation.
All right, if you lay a foundation.
I saw it. I saw the emails. I saw the texts.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
You were asked about Isaac Baruch and why he and that he saw no marks. What is your recollection of your interaction
Please
with
tell.
Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd?
I saw Isaac when I was coming or going, meaning I was leaving or arriving to the building. I saw him at a distance. We did not have a in-depth conversation, nor would we. And I told him, actually, right after it happened, what his friend had done.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I don't think it's offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Stay away from what was said. Can you just tell us what interaction you had with him and his opportunity to observe you with absolutely no makeup?
Objection,
That's
Your Honor.
impossible.
Leading.
I'll sustain the objection. It's leading.
Please describe for the jury your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd.
Well, not only did I have makeup on, but I did attempt to kind of let him know what happened.
Objection,
What?
Your Honor. Hearsay.
And also, what the fuck was that answer?
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You were asked some questions about Officer Melissa Science's testimony. What, if anything, do you recall relating to Officer Melissa Science's testimony relating to your injuries?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor said I could redirect after the cross-examination when she...
You want to approach?
Holy. I think she's gonna cry. If you're not happy with the objections, ask me the questions. How hard can it be? If you have 8 objections that are all sustained, okay, back there on one question, I think maybe just try to get another angle, another topic or something, I don't know. What's up? Non, c'est. Vas-y, Nick. Giga Chad. Why the fuck do I even click these links, man? Why these days do I even click these links? I don't even know what the fuck, dude. Sorry. Oh.
What, if anything, do you recall of Officer Science's testimony in this case relating to your injuries and the property destruction?
Well, you're kidding, right?
I recall her saying that she didn't feel...
You're kidding, right?
Okay. And what about the property damage?
She claims she did not see any property damage, but I walked with her over broken glass, so I don't know why she's saying that.
I'll let it fix. Relax. YouTube sucks.
What, if any, interactions did you have with Alejandro Romero during the week of May 22?
I spoke to him briefly.
Objection, Your Honor. To the extent it calls for hearsay.
Overruled at this point. Just spoke to him.
I spoke to him briefly in passing as I was entering, and maybe when I was exiting the building, but always when I was on my way out or in from being outside, meaning makeup. I had makeup on always. as I do.
Why did James Franco visit you on the evening of 5/22/2016?
For some juice.
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
Yes.
Please tell us.
Because he was my friend and he lived next door, quite literally next door. And I had frankly exhausted my support network with my usual friends and was happy to welcome as much friendship at that time as I could possibly
Exhausted?
Now, the video showed him laying his head on your shoulder. Can you describe for the jury what the interaction was, without saying what was said, what the interaction was that led to that?
He, after seeing my face, put his
Objection, Your
head on
Honor.
my
Calls for
shoulder.
speculation.
It doesn't call for speculation. If she sees that he sees her.
He touched the side of my
I'll
face
sustain the
too.
objection.
Again, Your Honor, if we can instruct the witness
If
to
you could wait till after the objection, please. All right. Next
What
question.
did Mr. Franco do on the elevator before laying his head on your shoulder?
He kind of touched the side of my face and responded to what he saw.
Cool.
We talked about you were shown a bunch of newspaper headlines, and there was one in particular referring to sexual violence. What, if anything, did Mr. Waldman do to you relating to that article?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand the question.
Overruled. See where it goes.
He was carrying the paper that had that headline on it that he leaked and threw it at me at the UK trial. We were unfortunately sat kind of, actually literally next to one another with COVID spacing in between us, and he threw the paper down at me as he sat down with that on the cover.
And where was that?
In the UK, at the UK trial.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope.
That's not beyond the
No,
scope.
overruled.
Thank you. Why did you tweet about the makeup and Mr. Waldman?
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer, and that this was an elaborate hoax just to get Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Next question.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right. Ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay? You can go and have a seat next to her. That's fine.
She just gave up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Wait. Addie, what's gonna happen afterwards? Let me ask Addie. Kitchen in the dungeon.
All right. Is your next witness a live witness, remote witness, or deposition? Deposition. All right, so we'll get the TV set up for that, and let's just come back
Oh,
at 3:30, okay? All right, thank you.